I, Paul Diffley, hereby reconvene the Board of Education regular meeting in open session at 5:01 p.m. Please note that this meeting is being both recorded and live streamed for public viewing. We have a quorum present with all board members in attendance. I'd like to welcome all the community members in attendance this evening. As a reminder, governing board meetings are a business meeting of the board, held in public, and although public participation is encouraged, it is not the public's meeting. It's the duty of the board president and/or clerk of the board to maintain an orderly, respectful, and peaceful meeting where all perspectives, voices, and opinions are welcome. Please refrain from speaking out while another person has the floor, and no fistfights, please. At the appropriate time on the agenda, individuals wishing to provide public comment will be called upon, one at a time, to do so in accordance with Board Bylaw 9323. The board cannot and will not respond to a particular item non-agendized, but a staff member will reach out to you on matters that may need to be reviewed as appropriate. First item, D1, reporting out an action taken in closed session. Upon the motion of Trustee Nancy Young, second by Trustee Nick Pardue, and a vote of 5-0, the board took action in closed session pursuant to Government Code Sections 54957 to release one permanent classified employee, employee number 290620, effective May 9th, 2024. Number 2, Pledge of Allegiance. We'll have Murrieta Valley High School student Megan Lewis lead us. Approval of the agenda calls for a motion.
So moved.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Can we discuss that?
Yes, we can.
I'm wondering
sorry.
if we can, on item, I just would like to split one of them into two. Hold on here. G20, can we separate out the world languages from the English and consider them separately?
I believe the board has, there's already been a motion and a second made to approve as adopted. I think they would have to be voted on that first. Is that correct, Mr. Pearl?
You are allowed to amend, but there needs to be a second on your motion to amend.
So would Mr. Pardue made the motion, would he have to amend his motion?
No. Trustee Vandegrift made the motion to amend, and there needs to be a second to further consider her motion. And then the board would vote on whether it wishes to amend as proposed by Trustee Vandegrift.
Didn't we already have a motion and a second to
You already
approve
had
the agenda?
Was there actually a vote, a unanimous vote?
No, there was not a vote.
Not a vote.
Oh,
Okay.
There was a motion by Mr. Pardue to approve the agenda and a second by Ms. Lund. And then the question came.
Okay, sorry.
right. Then the question came. So it is appropriate for Trustee Vandegrift's amendment to be considered.
Hey, would you restate the amendment, please?
Yes, I would just like to, for item G20, I would like to split that into two separate agenda items to be discussed separately. So where we'll consider the world language textbook adoption in one agenda item and the two English literature and language textbooks in a separate agenda item. So just to separate them into two for discussion purposes.
That's your motion.
Yeah.
Do you have a second?
Second.
Second, moved and seconded.
Now discussion
Now a discussion.
on the amendment.
Why?
But just for purposes of discussion, to keep them, to be able to discuss them as two separate things and not lump them together.
Anybody else?
So as I'm reading this, so the world languages 9 through 12 being separated from advanced placement literature and composition and advanced placement language and composition for grades 10 through 12 and 11 through 12.
Yeah.
And separate.
Okay, hearing no further discussion, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
No.
No.
No. Motion opposed.
So then we need to vote to adopt the agenda as is.
Correct.
Correct.
Correct. And there's discussion on the main motion, which was the first item, the approval item under G20 as written.
Okay.
Any discussion on that, on the first item? No.
So you have to vote to adopt the agenda.
Yeah. Approval of agenda, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, D3 passes. I am sorry. I didn't mean to slight you. Your preferential vote on that?
Aye.
Thank you. It's been a busy week and it's going to get busier, especially if you're students. I and several of the board members have had the pleasure of attending dance recitals, plays, musicals. In fact, I don't think I've had a night for a couple of weeks to call my own, but that's okay. What else would I do, right? Very interesting things. I call your attention just to a couple of these things, guys and dolls. High school playbill from Shavela, Bye Bye Birdie, and another interesting presentation was from Thompson Middle School, Newsies, which is kind of one of my favorites, kind of fun. Now, in several of these, especially last night, the auditorium, there was standing room only last night in the Vista Auditorium. And that speaks well for the work that these students do preparing. It's long, it's arduous, it's often in the evenings and taking place of other funner things. That's a new word, by the way. But it speaks to the love of the theater and the camaraderie of the theater that these students do these things. I've seen so many and had so many good comments from the parents. You should be proud of your students. Mm-hmm. Athletics is probably the #1 draw in the district, and for good reason. A lot of people participate in athletics. But the second biggest draw is the visual and performing arts. You don't lump them usually all together when you think about it. You think about arts separately and music separately and so forth, drama. But it is the visual and performing arts, and they draw a lot of people, a lot of comments, and a lot of joy. And I want to thank everybody who is involved in it, the students, the teachers, the helpers, the parents who often donate their time and resources to building sets and doing all sorts of parent things that sort of get overlooked in the meantime. This is a great district, and it promotes these activities, and I hope that we can continue to do so because it gives you a wide spread of opportunity for all the kids to do something that they love. And as we move into CTE, there'll be even more things for the students to do things that they love. So welcome. I'm glad you're here. We're glad you're here. I speak for the board, and we will go on from here. This is a really good part. You'll like this. This is E2, the student representative reports. These, by the way, are the last reports of the year. And they always bring us joy and a lot of information. So we'll hear first from Avery Redmond, Murrieta Canyon Academy student rep. Welcome, Avery.
Hello, everybody. So happy to be here for the last presentation of the year, but I'm excited because that also means graduation for a lot of us. We have had some really cool things going on. I think this has been my favorite month out of the year, not just because it's the end, but because all the fun stuff. So we just had our second ever prom on campus. We were all super excited, got really involved in planning it. Lots of donations from parents and businesses to make it really cool. Our theme was Tangled. We had some of our students draw the sun right next to the dance floor. We had another one donate his skills to draw characters of like the people that went. It was so nice. We had our construction class build a boat, and then we had another boat from one of the drama departments for photos. Super cool. The MCA prom lights were donated by my friend's parent. She made them. She also made the centerpieces. It was so cool. And right, top left picture is me, my friends, and Dr. Andrus, which was really cool. Glad you could stop by.
It was great to stop in and see.
Our Bring Change to Mind Club, which is our mental health awareness club, went and held up some positive and encouraging signs right on the corner by MV on Wednesday for Mental Health Awareness Month. I remember several years ago, particularly bad day for me. I was in the car going to school, and I saw some people doing this on the exact same street, and it made my day. And I got the chance this year as president of the club to decide what our last mental health event will be, and I wanted to do this exact same thing because it made such a difference in my own life, and I still remember it 3 years later. So we got a lot of peace signs, a lot of honking, a lot of students heads down, headphones on, they look up and they smile to class. It was so cute. And then we have our presentations on resiliency and coping strategies in our, I think that's our leadership room. We had a family dinner to support students that maybe don't live with their families, and it was super sweet. I heard the food was really good. Staff and students having a really cute meal together and reusing some of our decorations from prom. We had our lunch hero appreciation day. They were super excited. They were working. We snuck into the lunchroom with some posters and balloons and went, "Thank you for all of your hard work." And it was so sweet. They deserve the appreciation. They do a lot more than just give us food. They like ask how we're doing, and I smile seeing them every day. So they need to be appreciated. We also had our principal appreciation day. Super funny. I love Mr. Bean. He's great. And then also Teacher Appreciation Week, and especially at our school, they really deserve the recognition. And that was our May. Thank you.
Next, we'll hear from Haven Anozie, sorry, Murrieta Mesa High School. Welcome.
The last meeting. This is insane. Like, it feels like just yesterday I was teaching you all what, like, eats and ate mean. Do you guys still remember what that means? Yes, Dr. Ward? What does that mean?
That means you're really doing it.
Yes. I did my job here. That's it. I can leave now. All right. So, activities. Of course, we had prom this year. It was at the Birch Aquarium in San Diego. It was so fun. I actually, fun fact, won prom queen. I was so excited. And then more recently, we just had Dollars for Scholars, Murrieta Dollars for Scholars. It was an incredible event, lots of donors, lots of our seniors getting money, which is always great for college. And then in leadership, we also had our leadership farewell for our USB, Renaissance, and Senate classes. And then there's this giant group picture of all the seniors in that top, or in the middle corner right there. And then, super cool, we have Mr. Richards right here with Mickey Mouse, the actual Mickey Mouse, legit, full. Here he is in the flesh. And he was invited to go to Disneyland for the 2024 California Distinguished Schools, one of 3 out of the entire state of California, which is insane. Go Mesa. And then we're also getting ready for Powder Puff, which is happening next Friday. I'm hearing things about I'm playing. I haven't been to a practice, but they're telling me I'm playing, so I guess I'm playing. I don't know. But definitely come and see what's happening there. Powder Puff is our game where our girls play and our guys cheerlead. So yeah, you should definitely come if you're not doing anything next Friday. Then, athletic bulletin. So yesterday we had our final signing day for our seniors, and we had 21 commits. That is incredible. Playing at the next level in college is absolutely insane and such an achievement, so we're really proud of our Rams. We also have some back-to-back league champions in softball and in lacrosse. For our girls, they're going crazy. And then our boys baseball team just went to playoffs. They sadly lost first round, but it's fine. They made it to playoffs. That's insane. And then academics, AP testing, yay. My brain is just fried right now. I had an AP test yesterday, one today, and I have one tomorrow, and then another one on Monday. So AP testing is going dandy. And then we also had an academic rally a couple weeks ago. There was a magician, literally insane. I was never really a magic person. I wasn't like, oh, magic's real, but like, it was impressive. He like lit something on fire and then turned it into a rose, and I was like, yo, what in the world? It was crazy. And then we're officially done with state testing. FAFSA has come out, and then for our college-bound seniors, decision day is officially May 15th now, but a lot of people are already posting where they're going. I'm going to Berkeley. So, thank you. And then, these are some photos that we would take after the meetings. I just want to say thank you so much for the opportunity to represent Mesa. It has been so much fun. I hope you all have enjoyed it just as much as I have. And with that said, for the last time ever, for me at least, go Rams.
Next, we'll hear from Alana Elliott, Vista Murrieta High School. Welcome.
Hello, board. For the last time, I'm really excited to be here one last time. But before I get started, I would like to introduce who's taking over for me next year. So Sophia Shoemaker, she's next year's ASP president. As much as I would love her to be up here talking, she'll actually be sitting where Izzy is sitting. So in taking my spot up here is our ASB Vice President, Isabella Acosta, sorry. So I just wanted to give them a shout out so they are more familiar faces for you guys next year. But to get started for academics, as was already stated, we have AP exams getting started. Very stressful 2 weeks for everyone, but it's going good. And then we have senior checkout May 24th. We have our class awards at Vista, so it's each like English, each department will pick like 5 students to honor them, the seniors, and we have that award ceremony May 13th. And then we have our finals week, which thankfully I will not be taking part in because I will be gone. And then I have graduation May 30th. And then for going on at Vista, we actually have our service project, which we do in the beginning, the first week of each school year. And we actually just completed it. So it was the Bronco Heart Service Project. It was in honor of Sadie. Basically, the first week of school, we all had a bunch of hearts that were made. And we have a Bronco Hearts Club at Vista. And they put it together. They put all the boards. We made 4 different boards, one with like horseshoes and then ones with Broncos. And they're each going to be displayed in the different hallways. And then we also had our dance showcase last night, which was awesome. I got the honor of attending and seeing all my seniors perform and everything. It was like it was said, it was a packed house. There was no seating. Like we had to bring chairs out and everything. It was awesome. And then we had our spectacular prom. That was always a great thing we put on at Vista. I know all the students are always so excited. One of the kids, his name's Dylan, he had came up to me the day before. He's like, I'm so excited. I'm going to wear my homecoming outfit. And he was pumped. He was ready. He was ready to wear it to school the day before just because how excited he was. And then we also had our Asian Pacific Islanders Culture Night last night as well. It was very full. We had lots of food, lots of different things. So at Vista yesterday, it was a pretty busy night. And then we also, this month is Mental Health Awareness Month. So all of our different leadership groups are trying to plan different lunchtime events, since with AP testing and finals, it can be a very stressful month for students. And we have a bunch of like posters, motivational posters around school, just to like give kids some encouragement to get through this last month of school. And then for activities on the ranch, we had our Passage to Pandora prom, which is at the National History Museum in San Diego. It was awesome. There's our prom king and prom queen. It was a really great night. It was huge. It was like 5 levels of different things on each level. It was crazy packed. We had over, I think, 1,100 students. So it was a pretty big prom. And then we have our powder puff next week, which I'm pumped for. The seniors are ready to take the dub. And we have all the like juniors and senior teams practicing right now, and it's pretty competitive. It's interesting to hear all the talk that goes on between the juniors and the seniors, like being like, oh, we're gonna beat you, we're gonna beat you. So it's gonna be fun. And then we have our senior week, which is the week of checkout. So on that Monday, all the seniors will dress as senior citizens. And then Tuesday, we're all gonna wear our senior shirts, and we're gonna encourage. It's funny, okay? And then on Tuesday, we have our senior shirts, and then we're going to encourage students to bring Sharpies, so it can be like a shirt yearbook, so like kids will sign their shirts since it's white. And then on Wednesday, it's going to be decision day, so we're going to encourage all people attending college to wear their college shirts. And then on Thursday will be our senior farewell rally, so all the seniors will be wearing their caps and gowns. And then Friday is checkout, so I don't think kids will be staying at school long. And then next Friday, we actually have our grad night event, which I am stoked for, except next week I have powder puff, which is going to go to like 9:30, and then I have to wake up at 8 a.m. to go to grad night. So I'm going to be exhausted, but it's going to be like a super fun week. And then for athletics, we had girls lacrosse, boys lacrosse, baseball, and softball all make it to CIF. Unfortunately, lacrosse, boys lacrosse, and softball only made it to the first round. But our boys baseball, they made it to the second round in D1, so we're pretty proud of them. And we still have track athletes performing and competing this Saturday, so 2 days from now. And so they'll be competing, and it's really awesome to see how far everyone went and how much commitment they all gave. And that is all I have for you guys. Thank you so much for your time, and go Broncos.
And next, we'll hear from Megan Lewis, Murrieta Valley High School. Welcome.
Okay, so I know it's like most of their last times, but lucky for you guys, I'm coming back next year. So, all right, one more year. Let's get started. So academics finals are coming up in about 2 weeks. End of the school year is wrapping around the corner. I'm so happy. I'm ready for school to be done. We have our IB and AP awards happening right now, and also IB and AP testing happening for the past 2 weeks. It's going again tomorrow. We had Student of the Month again for the last time. We have underclassmen awards, which is basically where like sophomores and freshmen get nominated by a teacher for something they do outstanding in any of their classes. And then we also have senior awards, which happened it's happening Monday. And then we have graduation on the 30th. Nighthawk activities, not a lot's happened. We have more happening like few weeks. But we had SoCA Senior, which was put on by the senior class, I think. But it was a fundraiser for the underclassmen, so those who need the money, they got more of it than the other classes that don't need it. Currently, we have dance production, and if you want to have a good laugh, definitely go. It's tonight at 7. You can buy tickets at the door. They're for $10. Again, tomorrow at 7, and then Saturday at 7. So if you wonder why I look very chaotic, I have to head there right after. Not very happy. Like, I'm not, like, me dancing? No, I'll stick to volleyball. We also had prom 2 weeks ago, and in that top picture, we have our prom king and queen,
And then we also had a bottom picture, which I thought was cute, and that was at Nova SD. So if you can't tell, everyone loved soaking their seniors. I wasn't there, but it's okay. Athletics, a lot has happened. Currently, I'm going to start off with stunt because honestly, MV is the best for stunt. We were the Southern California champions. And now they're heading to Fresno tonight. So they have made it to states. They're really excited. They're pumped. We're excited to see where they go. Baseball made it to round 2 of CIF and unfortunately lost this Wednesday, 6-4. It was barely a loss, but it was still fun. Track and field and cross country is going amazing. We had a lot of our students be top 25. A lot of them made it to prelims, and most of them are heading off to states. Swim made it to CIF. I don't get it. Like, we're just that good, I guess. I don't know where's Vista at, or Mesa with that. But like stunt, like I don't know. So the Girl Scout cookie picture, that's a little bit of explaining. As you guys know, it is Staff Appreciation Week. So we had one of the local troops that Senate found donate their cookies for like staff. So that's being delivered, and it's really fun to see because a lot of teachers like, we get cookies, and like the students go crazy. I don't know. Like one of the kids in my math, like Spanish class, offered my Spanish teacher $20 for a single cookie. Like, I don't know about you, but I'm not giving up $20 for a cookie. We also have Wind Beneath My Wings. And in case you don't know what that is, our leadership and Senate classes get to pick a teacher to have lunch with us. And it's basically just like, we say some nice things, and like Wind Beneath My Wings is basically like how they guided us and how they helped us get through the school year. It can be anyone. And that's always very emotional. Next, we do something called Starfishes. I don't know if like the other schools do it, but it's basically something where you like not prove people wrong, but it's just kind of like thank you and that stuff. It gets super emotional. We have had our ASB director cry, and he does not cry. So like that's funny to see sometimes. And then we have paper plate awards. Those are funny. Those, I feel bad for someone in our class, but it was fun. If you don't know what that is, it's basically an award where we write something like who's most likely to like get caught at Porter's Steakhouse. Like it's a castle joke, but it's basically like saying who's most likely to do something, and it's really fun. And then we have our upcoming Senior Farewell Rally on the 20th. That's going to be sad. The theme's good, but unfortunately seniors will be leaving, and this class was pretty good. Thank you.
We really enjoy hearing from you. It makes our day, our evening, mostly our week, I think. I'd like to thank you for coming out, and we have a token of our appreciation being distributed by our esteemed superintendent. Well, thanks a lot again. And we know you have busy schedules, and if you'd like to leave the meeting at this point to probably not do homework. Well, maybe do homework. No homework. Forget the homework.
A/B testing.
Go to In-N-Out or something. Thank you again. Now we come to the exciting moment that you all have been waiting for after the high of hearing what the students do. Isn't that fun? I mean, just imagine you're going back to your high school and reliving some of those things in your head. Here we go, public comments, and we have, I think, 10,000.
There are many.
There are many.
So, Mr. Diffley, just as a reminder, we have a board bylaw that says if it goes past 20 minutes, the board has to decide if they're going to extend the time. So there's a process right here, if you'd like to go through that.
Sure.
And if that's the appropriate, and I will also then try to group them by agenda item that are written on the top, so they go together in order. But there are a total of 38 comments for now.
Well, that'll keep us up to midnight. Good, okay.
So 38.
Yeah, 38. 38. Comments. All right, you've already heard part of this, but individual speakers shall be allowed up to 3 minutes to address the board on each agenda or non-agenda item. The board shall limit the total time for public input on each item to 20 minutes. The board shall take no action or discussion on any item not appearing on the posted agenda, except as authorized by law. However, in exceptional circumstances, when necessary to ensure full opportunity for public input, the board president may, with board consent, adjust the amount of time allowed for public input and/or the time allotted for each speaker. Any board members have comments?
Do you want to read that? I move.
Yeah, please.
Okay. Oh, sorry.
I move we suspend the rules regarding the 20-minute limit on the public comment for this item and allow each speaker up to 3 minutes to address the board. Do I have a second? Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none. Motion passed. Okay, and what happens is, if you've not done this before, I'll call out two names. First name is the speaker, and the second name is the person who will speak after them. And it just makes things move a little quicker so that we don't, we get out by 1 this morning.
So, Mr. Diffley, and so folks who may have a number that you knew your card, this won't go in that exact order, but we're trying to keep them in order by topic, not necessarily by chronological order as you filled them out. The first group are regarding item G20. That's the largest group.
First speaker will be Pam Barrett, followed by Greg Langworthy. Take your time, it's all right. Welcome. I'm not going to ask how much that weighs. Probably 2.
For over a year, residents of this Murrieta Temecula Valley have conveyed historical accuracy and constitutional truth, speaking before this board on agenda items concerning parental rights and curriculum. First, we've done our research along the way regarding the constitutionality of parental rights, and yet Mrs. Lunn, Mrs. Young, Dr. Andrus, and the union have been quaking in fear that AG Bonta would sue MVUSD. Thus, Linda and Nancy continually vote against parental rights. Bonta may still sue, even though he doesn't have a constitutional leg to stand on, but we must stand up against this bully. How affirming for citizens to hear AG Bonta admitting last week under oath that the state's guidelines to hide secrets from parents are not enforceable. We tried to tell you this would be the case, but you caved and voted against parental rights. Second, you may remember this AP US history book that we all reviewed and found it laden with far-left ideology. Well, here we are again.
Could you be speaking to the mic, please?
Yes, here we are again, about to adopt 2 AP English textbooks full of the same, the language of composition and literature and composition. These particular books do teach important literary elements, but by smuggling in leftist ideology and partisan Marxism under the guise of writing samples. Just look to the events of the past few weeks to see young activists and agitators indoctrinated over the course of their K-12 education who can't locate Israel on a map, yet spew violence and anti-Semitism across our nation's college campuses. We must prevent the next generation from the same or worse. As a former Murrieta teacher, I urge you not to adopt these two books and pause until further investigation is done. Why not find more balanced texts to ensure that students are also exposed to many more classic authors such as de Tocqueville, Solzhenitsyn, Hayek, Melvin, Chaucer, and C.S. Lewis. And please find texts with stories of the oppression and murder of the Jews during World War II, which these proposed books do not. On Sunday, Murrieta Mesa held a Holocaust remembrance where Eva Perlman, a 92-year-old Holocaust survivor, bravely spoke. Students must have opportunities to read and write about what these survivors endured in order for us all to survive. Thank you.
Greg Langworthy, followed by Thomas Lashley. Welcome.
Good to be here. I'm going to address the same topic.
Could you stand just a little closer to the
Yep,
mic?
right there.
Thank you.
I taught English for 20 years, so I am familiar with this topic. First, I want to just say that I read through how this textbook was adopted. You know, there were 65 volunteers, right, and it went down to 3 for each book. But just wanted to request, were there only 65 out of 20,000 that volunteered? Did that notice go out to everybody in the district? Yeah, that's not very much volunteer participation. Second thing, though, in regards to the selection of this particular book, because I've taught English, I've been in the position of having to adopt textbooks. The problem with the anthology, and Nancy may know this too, they're very heavy. They're kind of unwieldy for an English class. You never get through the whole thing, so you end up selecting particular selections from it. One idea that we had when I taught was we would get together during the summer and pick particular books, Hamlet, the book Night, Fahrenheit 451, but we would make them paperbacks. And then we would bring the paperbacks to school. Nice thing about a paperback is you can write in it. It's very light and you can discuss it. And that way you select exactly what you want. You don't have to go with an anthology, which does have a lot of good stuff in there because I did kind of read through these. It's got some things that I would not have in there either. And that's one of the things that I think you should consider. One of the things that is an advantage of that is maybe somebody like Linda and I may not agree on exactly what books to use, but we could debate on it. And then we could come to a consensus on the books we both agree on, because there's probably a whole bunch that we would agree on that should be taught. So that's my idea about that. Let's see. And then transparency. The nice thing about selecting books during the summer and you know exactly what you're going to pick is you put it in the scope and sequence, and the students, the parents, and your department heads know exactly what you're going to teach. There's no surprises during the year. And that is another advantage of being selective. So those are my comments, and thank you for listening.
Thank you. Thomas will be followed by Jose Carreno. Welcome.
Thank you. I'm going to read an article from Education Suite. The decay in American education is an alarming national security threat. High school or college graduates know little more than their sexual orientation or Taylor Swift's juvenile lyrics. They are unable to write a single comprehensive, evocative sentence like the magnificence of a rosy dawn. They could not pass the civic tests required for naturalization. They do not know the fundamentals of citizens' duties, including informed voting and participation in politics, eternal vigilance over their government servants, and petitioning for redress of grievances. They do not know the majestic, inspiring gospel of the Declaration of Independence. They do not know the United States Constitution or about the separation of powers in judicial review. They do not know the Federalist Papers. They do not know George Washington's farewell address or President Thomas Jefferson's first inaugural address, both warning against the vain extreme partisanship. They do not know the unhappy history of the Alien Sedition Acts, the Missouri Compromise, or the Trail of Tears. They have not mastered the Bible, the Quran, Buddhism, Hinduism, or the works of Confucius. They are clueless about such authors as Homer, Virgil, Dante, Plutarch, Chaucer, Henry David Thoreau, Walt Walter Anderson, and the list goes on. Parents should be complaining about what's not in their school libraries and classrooms more than what is there. Indeed, if education was made vastly more demanding in reading, writing, and arithmetic, there would be no school time remaining to squander over obscenities or sexual orientation. The survival of the United States is more and more a race between education and ignorance. The new generation is incapable of self-government. They do not understand the importance of process of over personality. They're easily swayed by demagogues because their cerebral faculties have left their innate hormonal urges undomesticated. They feel worthless, lack faith, and believe little beyond themselves. They are lonely, feel worthless, lack faith, and believe in themselves. They are suicidal and tend to follow the crowd. Jefferson advised if a nation expects to be ignorant and free in a state of civilization, it expects what never was and never will be. To the security of a free constitution, we must teach people themselves to know and to value their own rights, and to discern and provide against invasions of them, and to distinguish between oppression and the necessary exercise of lawful authority. We desperately need a new birth of education. No student should be permitted to graduate from high school or college without passing civics tests and writing a lucid essay about the principles of natural law government enshrined in the Declaration of Independence and the Constitution. Self-government without education and critical thinking is a fantasy. Aristotle advocated state-supported public education for all to foster good judgment and wisdom, but education should not end in the classroom. It should be with us every moment of the day, like inhaling and exhaling.
Thank you.
And is what separates us from the animals. Thank you.
Jose Coreno will be followed by Lilia Velasco. Lilia, I'm sorry. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, board members, Mr. Andrews. A wise man once said, a lack of transparency results in distrust and a deep sense of insecurity. Wasn't me. I am asking you to reject or postpone the selection of the 2 AP literature books. I'm disappointed the curriculum selection process has not been reformed since last year, after all the drama we went through with that Bonner book. Parents and community were not informed or involved in the curriculum selection process. At the last meeting, we were told there were 65 volunteers for the curriculum selection committee. That was a surprise to the 4 parents who told me, 2 of them are my family members, who told me they did not receive notifications that there was going to be new curriculum, much less were they canvassed to volunteer for the committee. So, how was the committee selected? I don't know. They don't know. The board is presented with 1 literature selection as a choice. It is a politically biased choice. There's only one other choice: reject it. The new AP books have only been available for viewing since the last board meeting. Due to other obligations, which many of us have, I only had a few days to review one of the books. That book is The Language of Composition. It's a huge, overwhelming text, over 1,100 pages, and from what I can see, it is loaded with primarily left-leaning essays sprinkled with a handful of moderate writings. I'm wondering how many of you have read the book? The whole thing? I doubt any of you have, because I wouldn't able to do it. I expected to see examples of timeless classics. Instead, I saw mostly contemporary issues. The advantage of classics is that they don't become dated, whereas Most of the themes brought up in this book will be passed and fitted in a matter of years. Based on past curriculum, I'm sure you're going to keep this book for years, if not decades. One of the essays in the book, called How Latinos Can Win the Culture War, gives you a taste of the book. In this essay, I was surprised to find out that we Latinos are in a war. You'd think that after 65 years of being one, I would have been involved. It repeatedly brings up President Trump in a negative light. I looked through the book but couldn't find any Democratic presidents presented in a similar fashion. The primary message of this essay is that we need more brown Latinos in the media. Not light-skinned ones, the essay makes it clear, but brown. It says that skin color is the most important qualification to truly represent Americans. It is values that represent my views, not my skin color. This is a controversial set of books that needs much more discussion. I'm asking you to please reject it or at least postpone your decision. Thank you.
Following Ms. Velasco will be Robin Nielsen. Welcome.
Hello. I'm not a public speaker, so excuse me. So, hi, I'm Lilia. My daughter is a sophomore at Murrieta Valley High School. Last week, I did review the proposed for language composition book. I would like to read an excerpt from the book.
Could you bring the microphone just in a little bit? Yeah.
Okay, I would like to read an excerpt from the book. The story about Latinos in America is an old one, and it isn't true. Created generations ago by whites to demonize Mexicans and then the Puerto Ricans. Latinos are largely missing from American media and culture, which makes us vulnerable. President Trump knows this and exploits these fictions for political gain. Mr. Trump has accomplices, white gatekeepers, in the media, end of quote. This author does not represent my family. I have never felt vulnerable or a victim, and I don't want my daughter to be indoctrinated with this victim mentality, nor do I think it's appropriate for the school books to be a political tool. This kind of rhetoric is divisive and full of hatred. As a Latino woman, I find these articles very offensive. These articles are filled with opinions that students will likely interpret to be facts. The book also discusses the caste system and defines it as an infrastructure of our division. This book is promoting racial division. I thought this was something we wanted to get away from. Instead of instilling confidence into our kids, they're only being taught how to hate and how to be a victim. The book should be called Activism 101, is what it should be called. That's not literature. So I hope you guys postpone or choose another book for these kids. Thank you.
Robin Nielsen will be followed by Wes Schaefer. Welcome.
When looking at the proposed literature books, with their lack of the classics, I thought right away of the great proletarian cultural revolution in China that was launched in May 1966 by the Marxist.
Could you lift
Mao
the
Zedong.
microphone up just a little bit? Oh, thank you.
Okay, I'll say it again. When looking at the proposed literature books with their lack of the classics, I thought of the great proletarian cultural revolution in China that was launched in May 1966 by the Marxist Mao Zedong. The Cultural Revolution in China began with an aggressive campaign to destroy the old and establish the new. In August 1966, Chairman Mao authorized the Red Guards and all those loyal to the Communist Party to seek out and destroy the four olds: old ideas, old culture, old customs, and old habits. The campaign was another phase in the ongoing Cultural Revolution in China. Keeping the revolutionary spirit alive meant remaining vigilant for any sign of Western influence, religious worship, or evidence of wealth. Big character posters were plastered over city walls and buildings repeating slogans from Chairman Mao or denouncing certain members of society as capitalist roaders, unfaithful to the Communist Party and the People's Republic. Buildings were torn down and renamed, religious icons and books were burned, and homes were ransacked in an effort to purge society of counter-revolutionary thoughts and actions. I see these books teaching children to get right on that road.
Thank you. Wes Schaefer will be followed by Sarah Todd. Welcome.
Thank you. So I was here last month to encourage you to vote to enact the policy that was approved 8 months prior. So I'm detecting an undercurrent. There seems to be a certain segment working in our community when they don't like a policy, they slow play it. And now when something comes out, a book, multiple books with multiple questionable stories and ideals, those are now fast-tracked. They can't be, right? Supposedly, the school board is supposed to be apolitical, right? And I can be as political as anybody, but I would hope, that our children, we take things to a little higher standard. And so how is this infiltrating the school board? How are these things coming into play consistently, month after month at our school board, right? These are big, complex issues. These books are beasts. I was going to carry it, but I didn't have my back brace. Just figured I'd leave it out there. Nobody's reading these books. Why the rush? And my understanding is it's been 20 years since a book, an AP English, AP Literature book has been approved. Is that correct? You probably can't answer. So if it's been 20 years instead of 8, why the rush now to bring these things in? And y'all have a lot of power. Last month I brought my grandson as show and tell. So this month I brought some remote controls. Dieter Rams, he was a famous designer, worked for BMW, and he was famous for the line less but better, right? Steve Jobs, when we're looking at a remote control, we've got these old ones, and they're like, what else can we put on these remote controls? Steve Jobs followed Dieter Rams and said, what can we take away? Let's get down to the fundamentals. Thomas spoke about the fundamentals. I think we're packing too much in to these books and to these lessons. We talked last month about that one topic. We're putting too much pressure on our teachers. We're creating students, and I've got 7. I've had a kid at Vista Murrieta since 2011, nonstop, with 1 more to go. So I appreciate what the schools are doing, but man, are you packing in too much? Let's master the fundamentals. Like Bruce Lee said, I don't fear the man who has trained 10,000 moves. I fear the one that has trained one move 10,000 times. Let's get our children the fundamentals. Stop playing political games with these books and with these policies, and let's continue making smart, well-formed, well-founded students that'll represent our valley for years to come around the world. Thank you.
Sarah Todd will be followed by Christine Schmidt. Welcome.
I'm a parent of a student who attends Murrieta Valley High School, and I felt it was important to review the proposed English textbooks.
Could you move towards the
Sorry. As I was reading through them, I had to double check and make sure that the language of composition book was not designated to be used in a political science class. This book is filled with an absurd amount of political content and covers topics such as unjust mass criminalization and imprisonment, racial injustice, student loan forgiveness, and climate change. I just don't see how these topics are relevant to learning how to write. This material is clearly geared more towards indoctrination versus education. These chapters of anthology are not classical pieces that can carry on for generations. These topics are very specific to things occurring now. Since books in this district are not switched out in some cases for 20 years, are we okay with this propaganda being taught to kids for the next 2 decades? I know I'm not. If this is the best educational material the district can offer, then a huge disservice is being done to our children. Our kids deserve a better selection. I also would like to understand how the district is informing parents about the textbook selection groups, as well as the process to join. I don't recall receiving information as to how I could submit my name for consideration. I think the information should be clearly communicated to all parents in the district, not masked in an email that has a million other things listed. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, we had a mix up of who was that just spoke? I'm sorry. Sarah Todd, thank you.
Mr. Diffley, will you let us know when the topic has changed? I mean, I think I can pretty much follow, but just.
We haven't changed topics yet.
Got it, okay. I just don't want to miss it.
Christine Schmidt, who will be followed by Ellen Burloop. Welcome.
Okay, good evening, board members. My name is Christine Schmidt, and I am a veteran teacher as well as an instructional coach for teachers. I am here to speak on behalf of the new AP English adoption and making sure that the classics are a large part of the AP curriculum. As we consider the curriculum for our students, it is crucial to reflect on the value of teaching the classics in our schools. The classics, encompassing ancient Greek and Roman literature, history, and philosophy, serve as the foundation of Western civilization and offer invaluable lessons that are still relevant today. I will address the many reasons why the classics should be an essential part of our students' educational program. Cultural heritage and identity. First of all, studying the classics provides students with an understanding of our cultural heritage and identity. By exploring the myths, epics, and plays of ancient Greece and Rome, students can connect with the roots of Western civilization. This knowledge not only fosters a sense of pride in our shared history, but also promotes cultural literacy and awareness. Critical thinking and analytical skills. Next, the classics are rich in complex themes, narratives, and philosophical ideas. By engaging with texts such as Homer's Odyssey or Virgil's Aeneid, students are challenged to think critically, analyze different perspectives, and draw connections between past and present. Language proficiency and linguistic roots. Also, Latin and ancient Greek, the languages of the classics, have influenced the development of English and other modern languages. By studying these classical languages, students not only enhance their vocabulary and grammar skills, but also gain insight into the etymology and structure of words. Global perspective and diversity. Lastly, by studying diverse texts and perspectives from different time periods and regions, students develop a global perspective, empathy for other cultures, and respect for diversity. The classics promote inclusivity and broaden students' understanding of the world. In conclusion, the study of classics enriches students' intellectual, cultural, and ethical development. By incorporating the classics into our curriculum, we empower our students to become critical thinkers, global citizens, and lifelong learners. I urge the school board to recognize the profound value of teaching the classics in our schools and to prioritize this essential aspect of education. And thank you for considering the importance of the classics in shaping the minds and hearts of our students.
I would like to yield my time to John Leonard.
Okay. And after John Leonard, we will hear Bob Cowell. Welcome.
Okay, good evening. The last time we discussed textbooks, our parent committee had to fight to prevent the adoption of a clearly flawed AP history book. This history book was chosen by our district faculty steeped in credentials from various institutions of higher learning. Now we find ourselves in the very same position, finding it necessary to bring the flaws of an AP language comp book to your attention. After examination, the suitability of this text as a composition template for our young scholars falls apart under the weight of its own deficiencies. I didn't want to spend time bringing up examples, but one passage in particular stood out to me. Chapter 7, beginning on page 684 and continuing on through page 686, discusses the caste system in America, starting with, quote, caste, along with its faithful servant race, is an X factor in most American equations. Any answer one might ever come up with to address our current challenges is flawed without it, close quote. Well, that's nice to know. Racism and a caste system are America's X factor. I didn't know that. Using the COVID pandemic as an example, it reads in part, quote, "The Earth's most powerful nation watched as faraway workers tested for what no one could see and deluded itself into believing that American exceptionalism would grant it immunity. Yet the virus arrived on these shores and planted itself in the weakened immune system of the human body, just as it exploited the gaps of disparity and torn kinship in the frayed infrastructure of this country's caste system," close quote. It continues on for another page, ending with an analogy that I find truly outrageous, and you need to read that for yourself. Voting on this textbook's approval without having done so is yielding to the supposed expert opinion and erodes the personal sovereignty of your own reasoning. Last year, I called yielding to the expert opinion as elitism. Recently, a new, more exacting term has emerged, credentialism. Of all the choices available, this is the book our teachers recommended. How could that possibly be? The answer may be found in the unfortunate state of affairs we're witnessing on our university campuses. Jihadist anti-Semitic protests have erupted across the nation. Starting with the Frankfurt School immigrants in the 30s, a decades-long infestation of neo-Marxist professors and administrators have been gnawing at the rafters of our once esteemed universities. Having sufficiently weakened them, the roof has finally caved in, revealing their true nature for all to see. These protests persist because the administrators approve of the chaos and of the messaging. I have 4 children who attended university, and currently I have 2 in college and 1 recently graduated. All have told me for years stories of professors weeping about climate change and how no one understands, about murderers among us who refuse the COVID vaccine, and endless Trump bashing. These type of discussions can occur in any subject. Indoctrination rules the day on campus these days. Some of this type of activism is revealing itself in our district. Make no mistake. To the teachers who may be listening, I have a simple message. Follow your conscience. You don't have to align with this thinking. Separate yourself from the persons and the organizations that support this mindset. And to the trustees, I have these final thoughts. You don't always have the luxury of choosing the battle. More often, the battle finds you. When that happens, you need to rely on your faith and sense of duty. As I said at our last meeting, when you do that, more often than not, you will come to the right decision. As elected officials, you are all part of a long line of lesser magistrates, sworn by oath to serve this district. Certainly, you have administrative tasks to perform, but the Declaration of Independence tells us you have but one duty, that is to protect our rights. The Constitution commissions you to preserve the blessings of liberty for yourselves and our posterity is in serious trouble. I heard a statement yesterday that the current generation of 14 to 24-year-old Americans are the most medicated, drug and alcohol addicted, suicidal generation in our history. If that's accurate, do you think they need faith, family, and a strong educational foundation, or do they need more activism? My message to you is direct. No more debating which restroom little Cindy is using. No more debate about who's changing in the girls' locker room. No more battles over who's what flag in their classroom or who's keeping secrets from parents. We're tired of it all. Pick a side. You're either for promoting education or promoting activism. One or the other. Your constituents want education, and whether you are willing to deliver that is entirely up to you. Thank you for your time.
Bob Cowell will be followed by Julie.
Well, John Leonard hit it on the head. I really can't get better than that, but I'll just say that I've read some of the book, The Language of Composition, and it is not one that you want to adopt. I'll make a couple examples here. On page 981, America's Enduring Caste System, which was brought up earlier, but it was on a different page. Throughout human history, now, okay, this is a quote. Throughout human history, 3 caste systems have stood out. The lingering millenniums-long caste system of India, the tragically accelerated, chilling, and officially vanquished caste system of Nazi Germany, and the shape-shifting, unspoken, race-based caste pyramid in the United States. Just 3 caste systems in human history are called out in here. Just 3. What about, let's see, the Aztecs they took their local Indian tribes they didn't like or were inferior and cut their heads off and hearts out and threw them down the pyramids. How about the feudal systems of Europe? How about the communist systems that have been all over where you have the elite communists who have the cars and the poor people that don't? That's still the feudal system. The communist system is still the feudal system of old. So you even have Islamic states today that will make women slaves. And gays can't live in a society like that. They'll kill them. So what kind of a caste system is that? That's a caste system. You're either Islam or you're not. You're dead. On another note, it mentioned page 986. I have a few minutes here. It said, this is on the how Latinos can win the culture war. Now, is there like Jose said earlier, I didn't know I was at war for the last 50 years. So war is violence. Okay, war. We're going to have. Is this calling for violence? I believe this whole book calls for violence. Well, we were everywhere in this country, from big cities to small towns. Now, this is Latinos are largely missing from America's media and culture, which makes us vulnerable. President Trump knows this and exploits these fictions for political gain. Mr. Trump, not President, Mr. Trump has accomplices. And us white people, gatekeepers in media, art, and entertainment have excluded or misrepresented Latinos, particularly indigenous and black Latinos. I'm just going to say that is a newsflash. The media hates Trump. Thank you.
Following Julie Inoue will be Emily Musashi. Welcome.
Welcome. I'm going to change it up a little. So good evening. It is so wonderful to see familiar faces, friends, colleagues, individuals, and students that I respect on this exciting night. I am Julie Inoue, and I'm lucky enough to have taught in this district since 1999. Specifically, I've taught AP English since 2007, and I'm a proud Nighthawk parent as well. My son graduated in 2009. I am here to publicly celebrate the fact that after decades, as was noted, of us only using a reader, AP English finally might get our first actual textbook, which I am so appreciative of, and that our students do deserve. And side note, I just wanted to clarify, I know this anthology is heavy and thick. In addition to the anthology, we do use paperback texts, core texts, and by grade level and in AP English, such as Night. This adoption journey was not a journey that teachers had to tackle alone, though. For the first time, I do believe in our history, parents joined us in the decision-making process, and it was a terrific experience. And I think and can confidently state that this was true for both AP English Language and AP Literature. And I have a statement from a parent who is here with us today, who is on our AP Lang team. She is amazing. Her name is Kendall Romero. And she says, I was selected as a volunteer to sit on the textbook curriculum adoption committee. I obtained this position by responding to an email that was sent out to all parents in our district. I reviewed our textbook options with our incredible AP teachers, as well as my children, the children I coach, and my spouse. My 2 favorite books, one being the one that's up for adoption, is written so well, full of diversity and a text that can relate to real life issues, as well as follows the AP and College Board guidelines. There are no politics, religion, extremist ideologies in our conversations in picking and reviewing these books. It was education, AP exam, and College Board focus. So I just wanted to read that from our parent. And I wanted to extend a huge thank you to the parents involved in the process. That's why I wanted to speak tonight. These parents were willing to commit time and effort to attend meetings and look through dense textbooks, as you all noted. They asked good questions, they took the books home, they involved their children in discussion, they listened, and we listened. It was refreshing, exciting, and fun. It was interesting to hear their viewpoints and concerns and address those concerns. It was the embodiment of a true partnership, a working relationship, just as teachers relish. We are a team, teachers and parents. We are most effective when we work together. Conversations are key, and this adoption process highlighted the value of that. So this evening in this public forum, I wanted to acknowledge the hours of work this textbook selection process required, hours that we put in last year and this year by both teachers and parents. We are now at the finish line. Please let's cross it for the sake of our hardworking students who deserve the best materials and for whom we should be the best versions of ourselves. Thank you so much.
This is the last one on this topic, and then we'll start a new topic.
Okay.
I lost my voice, so just I'll start and speak into the mic. My name is Emily Musashi. I currently teach AP Lang at MV, and I've been teaching for 10 years. This is my 5th year at MV. I'm here to encourage the adoption of the language and composition textbook. To provide a little background on the course, it's a nonfiction writing course. So it's a college level course that students select to be in as one of the rigorous options. It's typically offered to 11th graders, but at our school, we are allowed to offer it to our advanced 10, so 10th and 11th graders. Historically, our students score better or at the California and global passing rates, even our 10th graders. It's a critical writing and reading course. By the end of the 2 years, by the end of the year, students will take an hour-long multiple choice test, testing their reading skills, a 2-hour and 15-minute exam where they write 3 types of essays. It's a synthesis, rhetorical analysis, and argumentative essay. It's quite a task. In order to prepare these students for the exam, we break down the skills needed for each exam. The essential textbook, the essential voices, essential skills, it supports our current methodologies of teaching by providing scaffolding for each type of essay. The textbook's first 3 chapters will be the cornerstone of the teaching of those foundational skills. They break down the material in a student-friendly manner, provide examples and useful assessments. The texts present a variety of text types, perspectives, and high-level content appropriate for students who are opting in to this advanced college-level course. The second part is the thematic collection of texts. It'll be useful for critical reading. These texts are a mixture of accessible modern texts as well as traditional texts like Ralph Waldo Emerson, Jonathan Swift, Martin Luther King Jr., and JFK. The text selections will assist us in meeting the goal of creating critical, skilled thinkers and writers. We want them to be able to read a text set of different points of view that they might not hold, but to be informed citizens of all the options that are out there. Then to compose an argument where they form their own evidence-based position on that topic. It is a real-world skill that will translate them into being informed citizens after high school. They need to be able to have access to high-quality texts, and this textbook meets that need. We want literate students who can evaluate the strengths, the limits, and the biases, as have been read out loud, of these texts, and to be able to distinguish what is fact and what is opinion, and forming their position on those facts and opinions. When parents are concerned with the text, Ms. Inouye and I, who just spoke, we have always been open to discussion with parents about their concerns. Even this year, I've had multiple conversations with parents, and we've had a good relationship. We have good relationships with our parents. This is a rigorous course. Our students deserve a good textbook that helps them have success in the future, and this textbook would help us achieve that goal. Thank you. Thank you.
Up next, we have various comments regarding what appears to be all things related to agenda item G1. Things such as parent notification, G1, faith and freedom, a variety of those topics. So these are public comments regarding that.
The first speaker will be Marla Requiero, followed by Rhonda Cobb. Welcome.
Good evening. Need my glasses here. I am reading for Desiree Ferraro. She is not able to be here, so I will just read what she had prepared. Good evening, President Diffley, board members, and Superintendent Dr. Andres. By now, you're all aware of California Attorney General Rob Bonta's surprising declaration in federal court last week, admitting publicly that California's secrecy policy compelling teachers to deceive parents about students' gender dysphoria couldn't and would not be enforced by the state as binding because it is only based on guidelines from the California State Department of Education, not state law. After reading and hearing this news, I'm encouraging our district to immediately substantiate and implement the parental rights policy that was approved for the second time at the last board meeting, April 18th. The time for unauthorized excuses for secrecy is over. The time for making incorrect assumptions is over. It's time to respect parents and good teachers who know that their students' educational success is only made better with honest communication between parents. Now, regarding full support for retaining advocates for faith and freedoms, pro bono legal services, I would like to provide you with the confidence that indeed one can fight big government and win. In this case, the appointment, this prominent 25-year Murrieta law firm has had significant success in challenging and winning against unconstitutional laws and the state of California's powerful team of lawyers and unlimited misuse of our tax dollars. On October of 2017, advocates attorneys Robert Tyler and Nava Higuera received a victory in Riverside County Superior Court against AB 775, the state of California's 2015 Reproductive Fact Act law. The judge ruled in favor of free speech and against compelled speech, ordering that California must not enforce pregnancy centers to post signs referring patients to abortion clinics. This ruling paved the way for a coalition of pro bono law firms to achieve a widely known First Amendment victory in the United States Supreme Court, guaranteeing and protecting the individual freedom of mind, and that compelled speech of any political or cultural nature is not the tool of a free government. I urge you all to remember your oaths and respect the constitutional rights of Murrieta residents, parents, and teachers, and not manipulate those rights in order to promote your political ambitions or personal ideologies. I am happy to provide documentation for everything I have mentioned here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Rhonda
Cupp, who will be followed by Eleanor Briggs.
I'd like to yield my time to Eleanor Briggs.
Thank you.
Hi, good evening, members of the board and parents and teachers that are in the room tonight. And if the sound tech could adjust my gain, the last meeting, I am very passionate and I get very loud very quickly. And I realized I didn't understand that until I saw the video, so I apologize for that coming into your ears very loudly. But I get pretty passionate about what I'm about to speak to today. But before I do anything, I'd like to acknowledge what you guys do. Thank you for representing us. And as a result of our last meeting, my trustee, Linda Lund, reached out to me to come to the table with some information and to really find out what we needed and what we wanted as parents. So I would love to acknowledge that. Thank you, Ms. Lund. And we didn't agree on everything, but there were some things and points that we did agree on. But we had a very good conversation. We left that meeting, my husband and I both left that meeting very glad that we did it because we were both very enlightened. Did it move my stance on parental notification? The answer is no, but we can still be amiable and still discuss it like grown adults, which I was very grateful for. And this is this is as a parent coming into this whole new world of the political arena and meeting people who have been sitting in these seats for this long. I want you to understand that as parents coming in, I did a little video and I put it out there because we don't often know the process of how you get to a policy, how a policy is passed. But to the gentleman's point who spoke earlier about getting information, actually there was a couple people, about how we get the information from our district is a very, very valid point. It is a transparency issue with our district. So y'all have to come up with a way to be able to communicate to the parents within this district about not only what is going on, but how to get involved in the process. Because this is our civic duty. I told the girls that left here and did an amazing job presenting their schools. They're involved in their civic duty. me this is what we want from students, this is what we want, and this is what we want for parent engagement. So I had to acknowledge that because I want more parents to know. So if you're a parent in this room today, this is only my 4th board meeting. It won't be my last, I promise you. But I want parents to know, because they're going to listen to this video after this. I want you to know the April 18th meeting is one of your most watched YouTubes right now. And do you want to know why? Because parents are interested. Parents are actually interested in engaging with their children, engaging with their schools, and engaging with their administrators. But without information to make proper decisions, I think that is a fault of the district currently to be able to give parents the right information to come up with a decision that will affect their students and their families and overall their communities. So I'm asking the district, that will be my first request. The second thing I'm here to talk about is obviously the parental notification, because now I can't walk in this community right now because everybody's seen that video and they're like, are you that parent? Well, yes, I am. I will not budge. This is the hill I'm going to die on, that parents need to be involved. So as a result, I hear these things, and even in the newspapers that are reporting that, oh my God, it's going to cost the district thousands of dollars. Well, I'm a taxpayer. I'm a mom. Taxes are being spent, and I just want you to know, I am aware of how the government does its spending. I used to work for the federal government, so I know that they spend frivolous amounts of money on little things, on papers and pencils and I'm telling you, the amount of money that's spent. So for me to say, if we go to litigation, only potentially, this is only potential litigation that we're proposing that the advocates for faith and family will represent the district for, is a potential litigation, then let's take it to the Supreme Court. Let's take it and fight for the rights of the parents. The only question I have for the board, and including the administration, is why wouldn't you be willing to fight for the constitutional rights of your own constituents, of the people in your community, of the Murrieta, of the city? I promise you, the city of Murrieta will be affected by this if it does go to the Supreme Court. But why wouldn't we want to be on the other side of it? Why would we want to wait for other districts to pave the path for us to get down rather than set the precedents? Why wouldn't you do it? Now, I know there's people out now, right? There's districts right now getting sued up the wazoo. But what you guys are failing to tell the public is that they are also winning on those counts. They're winning in courts right now. So why would I, as a parent, want you, my district representatives, to not say, yes, let's take this, let us fight for this because we believe in our kids, number one? Why wouldn't you do it for our kids? Out of everybody. I told you, I get a little passionate, so please forgive me, I have to tone it down. But why wouldn't you want to fight? As an American citizen, my dad was an immigrant coming into this country, which he came into it legally, that's a whole other issue. But it makes me value my citizenship at such a different level. I have a constitutional right to fight for my right to do whatever it is that is in the Constitution. And right now, what you are saying, that if this has litigation against it, that you're not willing to fight, then you are not willing to sit in these seats. You're not able to sit in these seats and represent people in this room who are willing to fight for not only kids, not only families, but our entire community. My husband and our family love Murrieta. We love it. I tell people all the time, the hidden gem of the valley. Moving from another city into this space was amazing, and I wanted to stay that way. I want to be so proud of not just our country, but specifically this inland valley. And how do we do that? We stand up for what we believe in. We fight and lock arms. Rather than do this divisiveness, we lock arms and say, let's take it to court. Let's go. How many parents, the parents in this room, and this is a very small room, mind you, they will be behind you.
The next speaker will be Teresa Wells, who will be followed by Ellen Larson. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, President Paul Diffley and Dr. Andrus and the rest of the board. It's nice to be here. I have a different point of view. I believe that what we need in a school board is good governance, and that is not happening anymore. I believe this board is financially irresponsible. The outing policy affects less than 1% of the student body. That means 99% of the student body is not involved in this, but they will suffer when the education budget is cut, which it eventually will be, to pay legal fees. The parents who moved here for the good schools will regret that action. Taking this forced outing policy to the Supreme Court, as Nick Pardue wants to do and stand on the big stage, will cost millions. May I remind you that Temecula schools, which are following the same path, have already racked up almost $1 million in ancillary legal fees. The three extremist members of this board are calling their outing policy a win for parental rights. To those of you who don't know this, parents already have all the rights. In California, no minor child can get medication or gender-changing surgery without their parents' consent. I repeat, no student can get medication or gender-changing surgery without their parents' consent. If you think a physician will do this, that physician will lose their license. Some parents here are terrified their child might be transgender. In my opinion, if your child is transgender and not telling you, there is a reason. Either they are afraid of being judged, of losing your love, of being kicked out of the house, or sent to some sort of conversion camp. The fact is that conversion therapy is illegal in California, despite what lawyers at Faith and Freedom may tell you. The outing policy that was approved serves absolutely no educational purpose. Plus, it is an irresponsible use of taxpayer dollars. School board trustees are stewards of our taxpayer money. This battle should not be fought by a school district. It has nothing to do with education. I am also concerned that our school board is becoming dishonest. Dishonest because the board has not revealed to the public the huge number of private lawsuits filed against the district regarding this outing policy. Dishonest because public information requests to find the exact number of lawsuits are apparently being blocked. The board should come clean and tell the tax-paying public how many lawsuits have been filed against Murrieta Valley Unified. We need to know what has already been spent, as well as the projected costs if you lose. Our school board has brought into the line that the Faith and Freedom law firm is going to represent you for free. My answer to that is to study what happened to Chino Unified. They ended up paying Faith and Freedom almost $400,000. This is what's probably going to happen here. This vendetta is not worth it.
Ellen Larson will be followed by Jamie Gerbel. Welcome.
Good evening. As you consider item G1, I would also like you to consider this. Governing board members are considered fiduciaries of the budget of the school district they are elected to serve. A fiduciary is someone who manages money or property for someone else. In this case, the constituents of this district, meaning those who live within the boundaries of the school district or have students in the district. When you serve in the role of a fiduciary, you agree to manage the organization's money for their benefit, not for your own. Thank you.
Jamie will be followed by Karen Poznansky. Welcome.
Hi, my name is Jamie, and I am a current MVUSD teacher and parent. I'm here actually to speak about two things. The first is to support our high school English teachers. These teachers are not only highly educated, but they are also highly experienced. In fact, I graduated in 1999 from a school in Moreno Valley, and my high school teacher, which is one of the teachers that spoke tonight, that piloted this program, is here. So we have that level of experience that is piloting this program, that is saying that this needs to be adopted. So I urge you tonight to side with those teachers and trust that the reason that you hired them was for exactly this, and to adopt that. The last thing that I wanted to say is to commend and thank our student board member, Izzy, because last board meeting, you were able to be brave and to speak out on behalf of MVUSD students despite being heckled and berated by a board member. So I just want to say thank you very much. Also, congratulations on your acceptance and commitment to UCLA. You're going to do big things. However, I am a Trojan, so I would like to say, fight on.
Following Mrs. Poznanski will be Chris Tomazian. Welcome.
Thank you. What happened at the last board meeting was an abuse of power in its most blatant form. California Ed Code, which is law, is clear in its mandate to provide a conducive learning environment free from discrimination, harassment, intimidation, and bullying. It states in part that no person shall be subjected to discrimination on the basis of gender, gender identity, or gender expression, a classification of personal characteristics protected by law. Yet, in the name of parental rights, we witness a blatant disregard for these principles. The parental notification as it stands disregards students' protected right to privacy. Furthermore, the enforcement of this policy has significant ramifications, particularly for vulnerable students. Students facing issues of abuse or neglect may find themselves in dangerous situations if forcefully outed. The policy not only jeopardizes the well-being of students, but also breaks the law. California Ed Code 220 is education law, and this policy breaks that law. What is even more concerning is the narrative that accompanies the enforcement of this policy. Students like Izzy who speak out to oppose it are often labeled as rebellious or disrespectful and their concerns dismissed. They are painted as misinformed. However, the truth could not be further from this narrative. In reality, it's the parents supporting this policy who are misinformed. Time and again, we've witnessed parents standing right here demanding to know whether their child shares a locker room with a transgender student, screaming for the enforcement of a policy they've yet to fully grasp. It's apparent that many haven't taken the time to actually read the policy they endorse. This policy breaks the law by forcefully outing students' identities to their parents, but now its proponents are urging further violation of the law by demanding the disclosure of students' identity to every parent in the school. How can you possibly justify this? As members of the teaching community, it is our responsibility to challenge policies that undermine the rights of students and perpetuate injustice. It is not unreasonable for us to ask for a more inclusive and equitable policy. That's not unreasonable. We have a responsibility as a district to adopt a policy that upholds the law as set forth in California Ed Code 220. Thank you. And Izzy, congratulations at UCLA. My child goes there, so go Bruins.
Chris Tomazian will be followed by Emily Brooks. Welcome.
Thank you. I assume the proposed contract with Advocates for Faith and Freedom will be utilized when the district is sued for implementing Board Policy 5020.1. I have questions that should be answered before the board approves this item. Why is the district considering utilizing this firm when there are several firms in the district that the district has historically used and had great success with? Will no other firm accept a case that is not supported by state law? Do other firms believe that this case has no merit? Item number 18 in the contract advises the district that you have the right to seek independent legal counsel in considering the terms of this contract. Have you done this? What was the outcome? If you did not seek additional legal counsel, why not? When our school district is sued, our Joint Power Authorities, or JPA, acts as an insurance policy to insulate the district from large financial losses due to litigation. Will the JPA cover the district for implementing BP 5020.1? I'm wondering because this policy is deemed by some to be illegal, and the JPA may use this excuse not to cover the district in the anticipated lawsuit. If the district is not covered by the JPA, will the district bear all costs to be paid from the general fund? Because this policy is potentially illegal, and if the JPA won't cover the anticipated litigation, will board members be personally liable? Board members are covered by district insurance if they are acting in the scope of their office, but is passing a policy in violation of education code and other laws considered within your scope of office? The contract references a rate schedule attached to the contract. It is not there. Why is it not included? These questions must be addressed prior to voting on this contract. The rate schedule must be available for the public to review prior to voting, as noted in the Brown Act. Mr. Diffley, you are the one who will sign this contract if this item is approved. Are you willing to risk the potential personal liability and the loss of a significant amount of money from our children's education? Thank you.
Emily Brooks.
After Ms. Brooks, we're going to shift to a different topic. Emily Brooks? Oh, not here.
Okay. New topic.
We have 4 comment cards regarding special education topics.
Martha Barron will be followed by Patricia Engelstadt. Welcome.
Thank you. I'm definitely in the minority here. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed members of school board. My name is Martha Barone. I am a general education teacher at Chevala Middle School. I would like to address a matter of paramount importance that I feel affects the very fabric of our educational system, the removal of leveled classes from our district. Leveled or homogeneous classes have long been a cornerstone of our educational approach, providing students with tailored instruction that meets their unique learning needs and abilities. They have served as a vital tool in ensuring that every child can thrive academically, regardless of their starting point or background. However, regrettably, we find ourselves in a situation where, after COVID, our RSP math classes were stripped from our students without regard for the potential lack of accessibility the students had experienced. Many students struggled with distance online learning, and the gaps are very evident. Their re-entrance to the academic world was never tailored to their actual needs. There were no adjustments to their curriculum and just thrown to the general education population. Although there are RSP teachers with the gen ed classroom, the environment and pacing is not equitable for this population. This is the equivalent of throwing them into a deep end of a pool, or in some cases, the ocean without a floating device. These built-in interventions like the RSP math classes provide more than just supplemental material and a slower pace. These classes are the floating device or raft our children need. The classes create a safe environment where students can freely express themselves, ask questions, and engage in the class. These students can have a small class size where they can concentrate, grasp the material without anxiety or fear of being seen as different. These classes allow teachers to adjust their approach and provide access to the general education curriculum in a smaller size setting, slower pace, and targeted skills to meet the state standards. RSP teachers are able to provide a multimodal approach of learning. They are able to adjust accommodation in ways the general education teacher is not able to, specifically with regard to pacing and repetition of skills. The RSP teacher can design lessons and activities that are appropriately challenging and engaging for each child. They can also be able to address specific needs and learning objectives. They can gather more accurate data on students' progress and understanding. Teachers can devote more time and attention to addressing specific learning needs. Our district speaks of ensuring that we provide equity, but are we really being equitable? Level classes can promote equity in ensuring that all students receive instruction at a level that is appropriate to their individual needs. Level classes can help closely achieve the gaps by providing additional support to struggling students. Board members, we have failed these struggling students. I am asking you to discuss bringing back our RSP Math, RSP Science, and Read 180 classes to our schools. Overall level classes empower teachers to be more
Thank you.
responsive, flexible, and effective educators. Thank you for your time.
Mr. Diffley? Mr. Diffley? Can I just make a comment? Mrs. Barone, would you mind sending that, at least to me, maybe everybody else wants it too, in writing? You just gave so much information, and I'm a visual learner. Oh, thank you, thank you. Okay, great.
Thank you. Patricia Engelstad, followed by Amanda.
Yield
Got-
my time to Amanda.
Got it.
Sarah Werner.
Oh, so you're deferring time?
Yes, she's yielding time.
Okay.
Great, thank you.
Good evening. My name is Sarah Werner. I'm a PR representative for civil rights attorneys. My son is also a student here at Murrieta Unified School District. He has been a student here since the age of 3. I have continuously sent a barrage of emails to your board about my son's class, in which you have instilled a uncredentialed teacher who has no credentials, no second adult in the room, who isn't teaching curriculum in my class. Additionally, on top of that, you had 30 days of a sub, again, with no experience with my child or any teaching at all. Then we get a teacher that you had on administrative leave that assaulted a special ed teacher and then, or a student, and then was placed on administrative leave for sexually inappropriate conducts and comments to other staff at Warm Springs. You didn't fire him, you moved him to a more nonverbal class. Instead of removing the uncredentialed teacher that assaulted my child, in which you didn't report it for 30 days to the police for abuse, you waited 30 days while my child came home with fingerprints. If he came home with fingerprints from my home, you would have called CPS with no compunction at all. You would not have waited. I have tried to communicate with you. March 28th was my final straw. My parents have been educators for 50 years. They have traveled to Haiti. They have traveled to Belize to make schools for children who are believed to be cursed because they're disabled and they aren't right to aid education. They are sold into human trafficking. My mother died on March 28th. Do you know what happened? I spent from 4 a.m. on March 29th trying to find appropriate services for my son because, again, for the 16th time this year, I've gotten a call saying he doesn't have an LVN for his emergency medication. And instead, I had to sacrifice his safety at school because I couldn't leave. I had family in town with someone who was unqualified to give him emergency medication. No, this isn't an EpiPen. This isn't a seizure medication. My child's brain can herniate. He has an inoperable brain tumor. He is blind. He has had 3 strokes, catastrophic to his body. And instead, I am coming here to fight with you and paying $150 for the night to get childcare. This is unacceptable. These are our children. These are our tax dollars. I have addressed you. And Mr. Diffley, oh, Dr. Ward will be happy to address it. Sir, I have emailed you at length. You have never called. You have never addressed. These teachers need support. Instead of taking Miss Ramos and giving her training, no, you're moving her to Miss Rhodes' class, to the more nonverbal class of kids with trachs. Again, non-credentialed. When asked for her credentialed, you would not give me her credentials. You are depriving people at risk of being able to report teachers who are acting outside of their scope and license to the educational board by not providing them. I have students here today. Jack Henry, English is his second language. You refuse to give him an AAC, even though you ordered it at the beginning of the year. You refuse to address these IEPs. You take them into litigation and fair hearing, where you made an agreement with me for these things in June, yet you violate them and you are in contempt. Tonight I come to you because I have 27 families from the district that you have refused to address. And they will be going forward with ADA lawsuits individually, and the district will be required to federally hire attorneys. And you will not be paying comp ed. These will be compensatory punitive damages because you refuse to engage in qualified discussion about what our kids deserve. You don't want to engage in discussion. You want to admit that there's a problem. You have Mr. Rideout email me and tell me I'm a difficult parent. Explain to me why I'm a difficult parent when you have an LVN breaking into my home. You have an LVN showing up to school under the influence, reeking of alcohol, and leaving the school early
because you have hired a nursing agency that you tell me you have no control over. You will pay them $17 to $21 an hour while you're paying the agency $68 an hour. What person is going to sacrifice their livelihood or their autonomy as a human when you will not even pay them an equitable wage? We've had 3 teachers in one class. My son is in 4th grade. Yesterday, I got his homework. Guess what it was? A colored Christmas reindeer. We did the letter K. Last year, he was reading. When I asked for the data, you refused to give me the data that's been collected. Your staff refuses to give IEPs appropriately. You have staff telling the English as a second language that you will not provide them IEPs. You don't have time. You don't have time? You are paid on our time. This is our time. This is our money. Our kids can die. You have had educational loss that will never be able to be made up for. And you sit here and you scoff like it's a joke. Like our kids can be Rosa Parks, just sit in the back because they're special ed and they're not important. I don't see you have any problem getting coaches, all your stuff for high school. Are you asking for updates on elementary SPED program while you're all here? Do you have those discussions? No, you are not making it equitable. I'm going to start telling the next parents of all of the crap that you are putting where these people aren't educated. I love that some of these people have qualified teachers, but you refuse to do it in the SPED department. I am asking for a third-party observation audit of all funds that have been used and audits of all of the IEPs because you are on systemic failure. I'm requesting you hire a third party to investigate that because you fail to understand your legal obligation to our children and to the district, and you are more concerned with their genitalia and books that you should be providing to them than if they actually can read, if they're safe in school. You don't care. Wake up, this is our kids.
Thank you. Patricia Inglestead? Okay, thank you. So next we have a variety of various topics. One person is a repeat, but they fill out 2 different cards. They have a variety of different comments on different topics. Or didn't specify.
Raquel Haida, who will be followed by Bruce Dennis. You're it.
Yes, hi, hello. Hi, my name is Rachel Haida. I'm a current teacher, parent, and resident of Murrieta. Sorry, yes, thank you. I first wanted to thank parents. Hi, parents. I just want to say thank you for all the love and support that you give teachers all the time. We really appreciate it, and we've been feeling all the love this week, so thank you, parents. Okay, I next want to tell you about my parents in my class. I've been very thankful and grateful that I've had amazing supportive parents in my class. They continue to be supported by asking my input, by collaborating with me to best support their students, and by trusting that I truly care for their student and have their best interest at heart at all times. So thank you, parents. And I next want to tell you a story about a student I had last year. Last year I had this amazing student who loved math. He was actually very good at math as well. Unfortunately, he did struggle with writing, although he wanted to. But of course, I did what every great teacher does, and I worked with our site support team, his parents, and one-on-one to best support his writing skills the best I can before the end of the year. Well, I'm happy to report that this year, the beginning of the school year, he emailed me. And he didn't email me his math test. He emailed me an essay that he wrote for fun. A month later, he sent me 3 more essays he wrote for fun. And it actually continued throughout the entire school year. And I do want to say that I so thoroughly appreciate when my students, I get my emails from my previous students all the time. It makes my day. I literally drop everything I'm doing and I respond back to them. I get so excited. Getting emails from my students one day inspired me. It inspired me to make postcards for all my previous students. I have 100 previous students from the last 3 years. Of course, I on my computer, I personalized and made and mailed out 100 postcards. Of course, the next step was to ask Shavela and Dorothy, hey, do you mind passing out these 100 postcards? I was a little nervous to hear their response because it was a big ask, but I was dumbfounded by what they responded. They responded, sure, no problem. We do this all the time. That made my heart so full to hearing how many teachers in our district think about their previous students and bother that amazing office staff to send out those notes. So I do want to remind the board and families how much teachers care about students. Students are no longer our students that last day of school when they walk out their door. They're our students for life, and we love them, and we'll always think about them and care for them. So please remember that when you're thinking about our teacher negotiations. Thank you.
Bruce Dennis will be followed by Chris Kamasian.
Hi, my name is Bruce Dennis, and I'm speaking as an individual member of the Riverside County Board of Education. The contract with advocates has the potential for the district to lose control of its own budget. It is simply the authorization of a blank check. While described as pro bono, it is not free by any means. There are definitely fees charged for specific services. See Temecula's $400K. Why do this? Let Chino Valley and Temecula foot the bill for this fight. This district has absolutely nothing to gain by entering into this contract, but it will take money directly out of the classrooms, again, by choosing to ignore your fiduciary responsibility by authorizing a blank check. Above all, don't use district funds to pander to special interest groups in the pursuit of re-election donations. What could be the ramifications? LEAs, local education agencies, are required to adopt budgets by July 1 of each year. County superintendents are required to examine the adopted budgets of each school district in the county, and the State Superintendent of Public Instruction, SSPI, is required to examine the adopted budget for each county office of education. The budgets are examined for compliance with state adopted criteria and standards to identify technical corrections needed to determine whether the budget will allow the LEA to meet budget year and multi-year commitments. Budgets must be disapproved or approved by specific dates. If by November 8th a district budget is disapproved, the county superintendent must either call for a budget review committee, BRC, or agree with the district with the approval of the state superintendent of public instruction to waive the BRC. If the BRC and SSPI disapprove the budget, the county superintendent assumes the additional authority and responsibility as specified in Education Code 42127.3, including the responsibility to develop a budget plan that will guide the district in the ensuing year. Simply said, the board may lose control of its own budget. This is not an outcome you should desire. Make a fiscally sound decision that allows the board to continue to guide the actions of this district. Do not enter into a fiscally irresponsible contract. Thank you.
Chris Kamasian will be followed by Chris Haas. Welcome again.
Different topic. Okay, at your April meeting, I asked for an accounting of how much has been spent on legal fees associated with the proposed revision of BP 5020.1. I didn't hear back. So 2 weeks ago, I submitted a written request for this information. The Public Records Act allows 10 calendar days for the district to respond to a verbal or written request for information. And since I hadn't heard back within that time frame, I asked Dr. Andrus to address this. Yesterday afternoon, I received an email that stated that the information is protected by attorney-client privilege, but that the district is still working with legal to determine if any of the costs are disclosable. I'm not asking for details about discussions regarding this policy, only the amount of money that has been spent on attorneys. I believe that the public and taxpayers deserve to know where our money is going. Transparency is vital for trust. I've heard board members talk about trust and transparency, so I'm sure each of you will support the release of this information to your constituents. Please let the superintendent know that you approve the release of this information of the cost of the attorney's fees for Board Policy 5020.1 revision up until now so that the community members can be informed. Thank you.
Thank you. Chris Haas will be followed by Peyton Talamo. Welcome.
At the last meeting, I couldn't believe the young girl talking down to parents and grandparents. Parents and grandparents have spent the better part of their lives making sacrifice after sacrifice to make their children's life as good as possible. When a child experiences a serious problem or a loss or a tragedy, maybe even a death, they might need to be loved on, held, or just someone to cry with them. Teachers can't do this and they shouldn't try. It would be inappropriate and could lead to trouble. But you know who can? Parents and grandparents. In the last 3 or 4 years, I've been amazed at all the people that have the attitude, I just don't like thinking about it when it comes to today's issues. It's like the frogs that were in a pot of slow boiling water. At first they saw no problem. They were comfortable. As it got hotter, the frogs didn't like it, but it was too late to escape. The water was boiling and now they were too weak. That's where we're at today. I have a neighbor. Him and I disagree on almost every issue, but we're friends. I asked him, can you tell me what good can come out of taking toddlers to a drag show? He stared at his shoes, trying to think. After a couple seconds, he said no. Almost a reluctant no. He didn't want to agree with me, but he was truthful. Some people want to sexualize little kids and steal their innocence. I see legislation in the near future, especially here in California, that will introduce to decriminalize pedophilia, and they'll call it a medical condition or a disease. How about this? You answer your door and there's a 30-year-old man standing there. He says, hi, my name is so-and-so. I wanted to see if I can take your 8-year-old son to Disneyland. I know it sounds crazy, but listen, I'm going to give you 2 groups to look up on your phone right now. These are just 2 of them. There are many more, but what you're going to read is just the tip of the iceberg. I think it's much, much worse than what they claim. Before I give you the names, I want to say 2 things. 1, let teachers be teachers, parents be parents, and let kids be innocent for as long as possible. 2, please don't have the attitude, I just don't like to think about it. Okay, here are the names. Look at them with a magnifying glass. NAMBLA, North American Man-Boy Love Association. MAPS, Minor Attracted Persons. I read 3 to 10 years old typically. This is where we're at. They're coming for our kids.
Peyton Talamo will be followed by Lucky Haratunian. Welcome.
Hi, thank you. I'm a current 6th grade language arts and social studies teacher, former student from grade 6 through 12 here. Love being in Murrieta. I just wanted to come tell you about some of the excellent learning happening at our schools. I talked to my team and got a list of some things that we've been doing that I wanted to share with you. We've been utilizing Socratic seminars to inspire student discourse, primary source analysis, hands-on projects, in-depth novel studies, small group writing and editing, and just so much more. And this is just in 6th grade. I mean, the depth of understanding that I'm seeing in these kids is just inspiring on a daily basis. I want to speak about one student in particular. He joined my class late in semester 1. He had a very low Lexile score, which is a reading score, and struggled to put a sentence together. And he joined us in about September. Right now, we're reading a dystopian novel in class. This week, students were asked to find and analyze examples of dystopian elements in the novel. This student chose to write about propaganda that he saw on display in the novel, and I have his short analysis to share with you. He wrote, in the novel, the government has a book where they state their point of view. They try to tell and convince others. This shows dystopian elements because they want to change people's thinking. I mentioned the student's work for 2 reasons. The student typifies the many success stories that we have across all of our campuses and our classrooms every day. Knowing where he started in September and where he is now puts a huge smile on my face. I told him, "Your progress makes my teacher heart happy," and he too knows how far he's come and is extremely proud of himself. The second reason, his comprehension of dystopian elements, even at 12 years old, is enabling him to think critically about the use of propaganda in both the novel and the world around him. This is the sort of learning that I'm so thrilled to see students doing, making connections and thinking for themselves. As he goes off to 7th grade in a few weeks, I'm confident he will carry a skill set with him that will enable him to create success for himself wherever he goes. All across Murrieta, students and teachers are working hard every day. Teachers to plan lessons that will both engage and challenge students to extend and grow their knowledge. Students to take in and comprehend the information that teachers are delivering, and then use that knowledge to analyze and create and innovate. I'm so proud to be a part of this educational community, and thank you for your support.
Thank you. Ms. Haratunian will be followed by
Card number 33, Jerry Murphy?
Jerry.
Somebody Murphy?
Terry Murphy.
Thank you.
Good evening, Board.
Good evening.
A few months ago, you displayed the school construction.
Ms. Hartunian, could you speak to the microphone? Thank you.
A few months ago, you displayed the school construction project for 2024-25, I believe. I would like to know if you have included all the very serious recommendations of the Homeland Security, such as the whole front office of one of the particular schools that needed to be completely changed to a far more secure design. And film needed to be on all front office windows, so if guns are fired, the glass won't shatter. These are just two examples. This is something you should not take lightly. The 5 schools Homeland Security inspected needs to be a priority, and so does every school in this district. The level of danger against schools and churches has increased greatly. These schools need to be a hard target with a single point entry. Security is the #1 priority for the school boards in securing the children of all school districts. That's your #1 priority. I have reached out to you all in reading the Homeland Security report. You all know that it needs to be a priority. This is not something that you can overlook. This is something that you have to do for the sake of our children and the security, not only of our children, but of our teachers and all administration, principals, et cetera, who work at all the schools. Every one of these schools need to be inspected and protected. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Murphy.
Yes. Appreciate the time. I'm a dad of 3 kids in the district, and it's pretty simple, really. I just want to talk about fiscal responsibility and just ask that you be good stewards of the resources that you have been entrusted with. The agreement with Advocates for Faith and Freedom is kind of the opposite of fiscal responsibility. It basically binds the district to a lengthy legal battle as costs exponentially increase over the time without the district knowing, because the firm is keeping track of it, and doesn't really give the district a lot of options for recourse during that lengthy litigation. So, but it's kind of clear that Nick put this on the agenda because he has said before that he's willing to exhaust all resources to see this through all the way to the end. And that's kind of aligned with the strategy from the beginning with this gender notification process. As Bill Asaley, the representative from just north of here, he was at a conference a couple months ago, and he explained that strategy publicly, where because his bill failed with that language, they were going to enact it into school districts, knowing the state would challenge because it's a violation of ed code, and then they could fight it through the courts to try to circumvent the legislative process, and in doing so costing taxpayers dollars. And Chino was actually at that same conference. He actually told Chino that they were the guinea pig because other districts were hesitant to jump into the legal fray. And now here we are jumping into the legal fray and following that guinea pig along. But thankfully, Other districts have led and shown us their error of their ways. TVUSD actually approved the agreement with very similar language, and they did so though without all of the information, some of it because it was hidden from the rest of the board members, but that's another thing. When that information came to light, it was brought to their attention that their lead counsel actually determined the language of this exact agreement to be unethical. And then that board member actually got input from 8 other lawyers, and all of them said the same thing: this language is unethical. You can't even get dentists to agree on a toothpaste, and here you have 8 lawyers agreeing that this agreement is unethical. So, and I think we also have to consider, Nick's ethics here as he put this on the agenda, and this firm is directly associated with the leader of the PAC of his campaign. So I would ask that Nick recuse himself from at least voting on this because of that conflict of interest. And I would ask the rest of you to please consider, there are options. You can ask to negotiate the agreement to avoid that kind of liability financially. You can look for other firms that specialize in constitutional law. There are several. Just be responsible and don't mortgage the financial future of our district over this political game. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. It helps. It does indeed. We'll move on now to employee organization reports, and Lisa Murray, the Vice President of Murrieta Educators Association. Welcome. It's really cumbersome, I know.
Yeah, first time, welcome.
All right. Hello? Okay. Good evening, Dr. Anderson, members of the board. For those of you who I have not had the pleasure of meeting, my name is Lisa Murray, and I currently serve as the Murrieta Educators Association Vice President and Negotiations Chairperson. Because Kim Shevelin will be entering retirement bliss in June, midway through her current term as MEA President, I have been appointed by the Executive Board to serve as the 2024-2025 Interim President and will officially take over those duties beginning July 1st. I look forward to proudly representing MEA's 1,028 members, which, despite a comment I heard at last month's Board of Education meeting about a decline in union membership, is an increase of over 20 members from last year. We are MEA strong. As we wrap up National Teacher Appreciation Week in our schools, I want to say a huge thank you to not only all our amazing classroom teachers, but to all our MEA membership groups, including nurses, psychologists, and speech pathologists, for their dedicated service to our students. You all are the heart and soul of our schools and deserve to be appreciated every single day, not just one day or even 1 week each year. In addition to our members busily finishing up state and district testing with our students and eagerly preparing for promotions and graduations, I want to highlight some of the other events that are relevant to our membership. First, I, along with the MEA Middle School Director Kevin Youngdale, was privileged enough to attend the annual Murrieta Dollars for Scholars event on April 22nd and present $250 scholarships to 24 of our members' children who are graduating from our very own Murrieta high schools. I'm not sure who else was able to be there that night, but I was happy to see Trustee Linda Lunn in attendance again this year. For those of you who have not yet attended one of these scholarship nights, I highly recommend you put it on your calendar for next year. It is a truly awe-inspiring night where our own Murrieta staff members, along with many members of the community, honor outstanding high school seniors with thousands and thousands of dollars in scholarship money as they head off to pursue their goals and dreams. On April 30th, several members of the MEA Executive Board and I attended the district retirement celebration at Dorothy McElhaney Middle School. This was such a beautiful afternoon, honoring the more than 70 dedicated MVUSD employees who will retire or have already retired this year. As Mr. Rideout mentioned at the event, these folks have together given almost 1,600 years of service to MVUSD. I know a couple of our trustees were out of the country, but it was disappointing that the rest of you were unable to attend this event to congratulate and honor these dedicated administrators, certificated employees, and classified staff who have given so much of themselves to our district. Again, I encourage you to add this annual event to your calendars for next year. It's something you don't want to miss. Finally, I'm proud to announce that the MEA negotiations team came to a tentative agreement with the district for the 2024-2025 certificated contract. Of the 62% of our members who voted on the tentative agreement this past week, an overwhelming 95% voted to ratify the agreement. This year, thanks to MEA's positive working relationship with the district and our collective bargaining efforts, we were able to make additional much-needed and well-deserved progress toward improving salary compensation and working conditions for our members. In addition to negotiating a 3% on-schedule salary increase for all our bargaining unit members, as well as a 1% one-time payment to help offset the increased out-of-pocket cost of our medical benefits, MEA's focus was on beginning to close the gap between the salary schedules of our child development teachers and the other teaching groups in our district, creating a CTE-specific salary schedule, revamping our outdated stipend list, and improving workplace safety, leave of absence, and transfer language. We look forward to board approval of the tentative agreement tonight. In addition to our regular bargaining agreement negotiations, we have recently signed new and updated MOUs for the constantly changing needs of our Learn at Home program, the ongoing implementation of our elementary VAPA and transitional kindergarten programs, co-teaching at the middle school level, and compensation for overages in kindergarten classes. All these additional MOUs will serve to improve both working conditions for our members and learning conditions for our students. While together we have made tremendous positive change over the course of the last few years, our work is not finished. We must keep up the forward momentum and continue to walk alongside one another to strengthen and improve this top-tier district. On a final note, I'm sad to say that after 6 years as lead negotiator for MEA and many more years as an active member of both the negotiations and ad hoc teams, this year was my final round of negotiations. Advocating for educators and students in this role has been my favorite position thus far. I can't thank my amazing team enough for their diligence, determination, and dedication, and I'm beyond proud of the improvements we have cultivated for our members and our students, and of the productive relationship we have fostered with the district. And I am excited to see that continue in years to come. Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on to E5, student board member report, Ms. DeDault.
No.
Mr. Andrews.
Is Freddie going to make his comment, or are you going to do it later? Okay, thank you. You are correct.
It's the first time this year.
Mr. Diffley, could I say a couple words to Mrs. Murray?
Sure.
First of all, congratulations. I mean, we're sad to see Mrs. Shevlin go. She deserves retirement 100%, and those are going to be huge shoes to fill, but I can't imagine anyone who is more qualified than you to fill those. So thank you so much for your service and stepping up for that.
Thank you. Dr. Andrus, you have a presentation.
We do. Oh. Sorry, we'd like to recognize Miss Isabella DeDault as our first student board representative. So we have this recognition for her. Then she'll give her report. So congratulations.
I usually just get dingy plastic ones from school. This is really nice. This is my nicest thing I've ever gotten. Thank you very much. All right. Very happy to be back today. I would like to say I did apply to USC, but
what?
They said no to me. Unfortunately. Yeah, I think my parents who are here right now would much rather not pay the $95,000 a year. But it's all right. I'm super excited. And then with Dollars for Scholars, I know Haven and Nosy, the advocate for Mesa, she got over $7,000 at Dollars for Scholars, which is absolutely insane. She is going to Berkeley. She's going to do amazing. Super, super excited for her. And we had our last Superintendent Advisory Council meeting a week ago. The main topic that we discussed was student use of AI in classes, mainly with the concern that people were using it for cheating or that they were using it for academic dishonesty. And we discussed the differences between open and closed AI and how in some programs we use AI for open research where it accesses information from the whole database of the internet. versus closed AI, where it only accesses things within our district. And so hopefully we're going to go more towards closed AI so that we can actually use AI in our learning. We were also discussing how some teachers promote the use of AI simply because it helps to consolidate information. So there are resources like ChatGPT, which help you consolidate information where you can kind of get a generalized answer rather than having to go through all the links that you find on Google searches. You don't know which says the actual answer. You can use AI to figure it out a little bit quicker and with less time consumption in your day. But definitely with the concern of cheating with AI, all of us agreed as students that were there in our council meeting that AI is used for cheating in a lot of cases and that some students use it to get by from doing their work or not. And I know with English, people will use that and turn in essays that are not their own writing. They will use ChatGPT to write the whole thing. Luckily, in my own class, Miss Inouye, we write all of our essays by hand, and so that is never an issue. I will not complain, though. I have my exam for you tomorrow morning. I'm super excited for that one. No, it actually went really well. I had my first part today. I was really happy with it. Another part that we talked about at the meeting was our year in review. Pretty much all of the students got a chance to talk about something that they were happy to have had this past year. A lot of us agreed that being on the council with Dr. Andrus and the other students of Murrieta was extremely beneficial to our own connectivity within the city, because a lot of the times us as students don't get enough opportunity to communicate with students from other schools. And so having this as an outlet to discuss and relate on certain topics between schools was really beneficial. We all became friends, and it was a really positive outcome from that. And I'm really excited to see that continue in years to come. And one thing we had all discussed was having maybe some more district-wide events, having all the high schools come together and have events, having the middle schools come together and have events rather than it maybe just being sports games where some students go, maybe having something where all students are invited to make more of a Murrieta high school event of some sort. In terms of this is my last board meeting as well. Obviously, thank you very much for the kind words about UCLA. I'm very excited. We have a bunch of things going on at MV. We have our Nighthawk Senior Awards on Monday. I have my IB diploma graduation on the 20th. I have my own graduation on the 30th. Right now, I'm going through IB and AP exams using lots of critical thinking to answer my questions as best as possible. And I have 2 tomorrow, so I'm going to be studying a lot once I get home. And then we also have our Powder Puff game, which is on the 17th. I am going to be the center for Powder Puff. Me and my best friend, she's the quarterback, so we're working hand in hand. I'm super excited for that. The juniors are going down. Seniors, class 2024 is winning 2 years in a row. I am super duper excited for that. And simply just getting to the end of this school year, it has been quite the run. We'll have lots to say at graduation about MV and about everything that I've gotten to experience here in high school and here in Murrieta. And I'm super excited to carry on into whatever life has for me. So yeah, that is what I have to report.
Izzy, you're my hero. You are smart, you are savvy, you're eloquent and articulate. Watching you in the student or the superintendent's advisory meetings, you are a natural born leader, but I also know that you've worked really hard on it. I was sad that I didn't get to meet your parents at Dollars for Scholars. Are they out there? Oh, hi, Mom and Dad. I hope you are so proud of her. I couldn't be more proud of her if she was my own child. And I just hope I can grow up to be like you.
I hear you speak a few languages. Is that correct?
Yes, my dad's from Brazil, and so I speak Portuguese, but I'm also legally bilingual in Spanish because I took it for 4 years in school. So yeah.
Yeah.
Which
Fellow
is why
linguist.
which is why I'm interested in going into anything international pretty much in college, which I'm majoring in international development. So anything international based, or if I can travel when I'm older and then hopefully settle down once I'm older. But yeah.
Not too fast.
Yeah, hopefully it won't get too fast.
I can see that, in fact, from the first moment that you came on the dais, there is a force that you project, a good force, and the world will be better for it. And I can hardly wait to see what gets to be accomplished. I'm sure it'll be something very important and worthwhile. Good luck. Okay, moving on to F, consent calendar. These are voted items that are voted on collectively as a group. Things like a ratification of purchases, classroom rules, approval of university agreements, it's just a bunch of stuff that we do just about every session. So it's all lumped under consent calendar. Do I have a motion to approve the consent calendar F1 through F11?
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, moving on to action information items G1. Consideration and approval of attorney engagement agreement with Advocates for Faith and Freedom.
President Diffley, before we proceed with any sort of a motion or discussion, we have a specific comment card for this one. It is Juliana Fleischer. She'd come forward. All right. Thank you for being here tonight.
Welcome, Ms. Fleischer.
Oh, hold on
a second.
Mr. We need to push a button to get the microphone working. Would you reset the time, Mr. Winston, please?
Good evening. My name is Julianne Fleischer, and I'm an attorney with Advocates for Faith and Freedom. And I just wanted to take a couple minutes just to briefly correct the record. We don't represent Chino Valley Unified School District in the current lawsuit regarding the parental notification policy. We represent Temecula Valley Unified School District in their parental notification policy lawsuit. This lawsuit with Temecula Valley has not costed millions of dollars. We are a pro bono law firm, and pro bono does mean pro bono. There is a copy of our engagement letter that I saw was attached with this agenda item, and it details the fees and costs of our representation. So section 4, it's in bold, but it says firm agrees to provide its legal services without charge to a client pursuant to the terms herein. It does indicate that a client would be responsible for the costs, which would be filing fees, depositions, and other legal costs associated with any potential lawsuit. However, that does not include our attorney's fees. So we do not get paid for the work that we do. We rely on donor support for our organization. I also want to just reiterate this engagement letter and this potential contract between Advocates and the school Murrieta Valley. There would be no cost associated because there is no lawsuit that has been filed. The engagement letter specifically indicates that it would be to retain our services as it relates to advice and counsel related to certain policies within our purview. So whether you retain us to discuss the legality of the parental notification policy, that would be at no cost to the district. I also want to just emphasize that you can't not adopt good policies because you're afraid of being sued. What could happen is you could face lawsuits for issues in which a pro bono law firm like ourselves would not defend the school district. So if a parent were to sue the school district because their child was harmed in any way, our law firm and other pro bono law firms would not step in and defend the school district, which would result in hundreds of thousands of dollars of legal fees for the school district. The engagement letter that was attached fully outlines the costs that would be associated. I know someone mentioned that the school district wouldn't be aware of any costs associated. Section 6 indicates that any costs, again, these are just legal costs, not our attorney's fees, would be presented to the client on a monthly basis. And so I just want to emphasize that at this point, there is no legal cost. We are a pro bono law firm. We're incorporated as a nonprofit, which means we can't even take a revenue for our work. Thank you.
Question.
Please stay there in case there's questions.
I have a question. Suppose the firm had to bring in a special witness. What would the cost be there, where you're asking someone to give special testimony on a specific subject, and they have to come, who knows from where? What would be the arrangement there?
So it would depend on the nature of that witness. So if it's an expert witness, sometimes there are costs associated with retaining an expert witness. We have partnered with a lot of experts who, because of our work and the mission and the principles of what our firm stands for, are willing to offer their services pro bono as well. But that would be, if there is a cost to the district, that would be something that would be included in the costs with the potential of a lawsuit. So there would be costs, but again, we're not talking hundreds of thousands of dollars or millions of dollars related to retaining an expert, if that was even necessary.
Sure. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
I have a couple questions too. Anybody else? Go ahead, Nick. Okay. The contract, as I read it, mentions a fee schedule, and we would like to see that. It seems to me that depositions sometimes cost, maybe there's a range or a top amount that it could be. That needs to be come across. And I'm looking at my notes, and I've lost who it was who spoke for Desiree Ferraro. She read a statement from Desiree Ferraro and mentioned that she would be more than happy to provide that information, and as well a track record for Advocates for Faith and Freedom, going back maybe, did she say 24 years? She spoke very quickly.
Advocates has been around for 25 years.
25 years, okay. Maybe going back as far as 2010, what's your track record with winning, losing, or settling? I would love to see that kind of information.
Sure. I mean, that's something that we can produce. Our website also details our cases, our past cases and current cases as well. But we're also happy to disclose our events where, again, our work is public.
Okay.
So we can certainly do that.
I would love that. Thank you.
We all would, I think.
Oh, okay.
So I'm sorry, to follow up on your question, Linda, where's the fee schedule mentioned?
We didn't get one.
Well, no, she said that it mentioned a fee schedule, so I'm just
It's
looking
not
at
here.
I'm looking at the document. I don't see one. I don't see where that's what you're referring to.
So bullet number 4, legal fees and costs. I'll read from the attached document. It says, starting midway through that sentence, deposition fees and other costs incurred by the firm set forth as the rate schedule attached.
Oh, the rate schedule, perhaps I said the wrong word.
Yes, and that rate schedule was not attached. Again, this was a draft engagement letter, so I actually have a copy from a different contract, actually with TVUSD, that we would include, so I can certainly provide that. Again, this is a draft engagement that we would provide.
Thank you.
And again, just to reiterate, for a deposition, the school district wouldn't be paying for us to represent or to conduct a deposition. It would be the costs associated with the deposition, so a court reporter getting the transcript.
Yeah. Great, thank you.
Okay, and then anybody else? I do have another question.
Sure.
Would Advocates for Faith and Freedom consider changing the engagement language to allow the school district to exit at any time without fees, without penalty, if the 2, 3, 4 years from now, a completely different school board does not want to pursue this to the Supreme Court?
No, so the purpose of our law firm, we engage with clients who, the purpose of the case or the mission, it has a particular mission that aligns with our law firm. And so what we have seen in the past where we have represented a school board and then they no longer, the school board changes, and so they no longer elect to have us represent them. And so we essentially did a lot of work in a lawsuit for free, and then the purpose of the lawsuit ended up ending prematurely because the school board elected to no longer have us represent them. And so that is something that we put and institute in our engagement letters to ensure that the principle and the mission of the potential lawsuit is at the forefront, and to also hold our client accountable for the mission in which they've engaged us for.
Right, that's very, very clear, and I appreciate that. So you would not consider changing the terms of this contract to remove that and allow a school district to exit at any time without penalty?
What you're proposing, no. So we
Okay.
are happy to discuss and further discuss the terms, but as of what you're proposing right now, no.
Okay,
What
thank
it
you.
states is that if a school board decides to exit the contract, they have to go back and pay all those billable hours, which is what happened with Chino in 2014, where you billed them $350,000. Your firm did. I'm sure you weren't working there then, but yeah, they go back. It's not, and school boards are always changing. You know, every 2 years they change, so the odds of that happening are pretty high.
Right, but we did not get the legal fees. That is why we now institute this type of term, so that we, in the event that the school board changes and no longer wants our services, we would be able to recoup our attorney's fees. We did not recoup our attorney's fees in that instance.
Then it's not really pro bono then.
When it comes to attorney's fees and this is why we have this section, and I'm not here to argue whether or not our law firm is pro bono. We are pro bono, and so we do not charge for our legal fees.
It's not
Quiet,
pro
please.
bono.
Quiet, please.
Yeah.
Please. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
We are a pro bono organization, and so we don't charge our clients for our legal representation. The clause within this engagement letter outlines when a client would be responsible for attorney's fees, and that would be when they choose to terminate our engagement letter because they no longer want to pursue the terms of the lawsuit or the terms of the engagement letter.
Okay, any other questions?
I was just going to.
Pretty clear.
Just to clarify. So we're differentiating between legal fees that you're charging as attorneys versus the fees that incurred going to court. Court fees, filing fees, et cetera. Those we would be responsible for. Is there a chance that we could see what the fees have been thus far for Temecula Valley as you've represented them in terms of court fees, filing fees, the extraneous different fees that come up as we go through, as they've gone through the process to this point?
Yes, absolutely. I mean, I can even represent to you right now that so we've been in ongoing litigation on behalf of Temecula Valley. That's included hearings, that's included a successful, the plaintiffs in that case filed a preliminary injunction against Temecula Valley's parental notification policy, which a court recently ruled against that preliminary injunction, which allowed the parental notification policy to remain in effect today, currently. So there's been significant legal work within this case. And the fees are, at this point where we stand, are under $3,000. So those are the costs that have been associated with the various filing fees. Our legal fees have already reached triple digits, but again, they are not paying for those attorney's fees whatsoever.
As long as they stay with your contract, and then you're going to go back and charge them for all the legal fees.
As of right now, we remain in an active engagement letter, and so they are not responsible for paying for our attorney's fees.
Because their board's already in a 2-2 split, so the odds of them disengaging with you are pretty high, and they'll have to go back and pay it.
That's a very hypothetical situation. It's not applicable
real.
at this point. We're currently engaged as their representation, and I can represent to you right now, they are not paying any attorney's fees to us.
Sometimes it costs
Okay.
money to do the right thing.
So, well, let's make sure we just continue to have the discussion as a board. I think that's really important.
And if I can just emphasize again, we're talking about the pro bono nature of our law firm.
Yeah.
And I understand that you want to know what the school district would be responsible for paying for. But I do want to emphasize that the school district could face lawsuits in which a pro bono law firm such as ours would not step in and defend the school district. So we're not talking about any specific policy right now, but I know that the underlying policy that is at the forefront is this parental notification policy. Right now, the parental notification policy has been adopted by the school board. if for whatever reason that school board policy gets rescinded and you face a lawsuit by a parent because their child has been harmed, or maybe not even related to that specific school board policy, but for whatever instance the school district does not take action and a child is harmed and a parent sues the school district, the school district will be responsible for paying every aspect of that lawsuit, legal costs and attorney's fees, because no law firm is going to step in and defend you pro bono. Our law firm will not step in and defend you pro bono. And so you can't, again, as I reiterated earlier, you can't not adopt good policies for the fear of being sued. You could face a lawsuit without this policy and no one is going to step in to represent you, and that's going to cost the district hundreds of thousands of dollars, if not
Yeah, and
millions
it
of
would
dollars.
come out of the general fund and from money that should be spent on students, educational programs.
Do you mean if a parent sues? Is that what you're talking about?
Well, a teacher could get sued if it's a violation of privacy to out a student. There are state laws and ed codes. So,
But that's not what she's talking
well,
about.
no, so teachers can get sued as
But-
well, and parents
well-
can sue the district. Please stop interrupting.
Go ahead, finish.
Yeah, I'm just
Oh, you're
saying that policy has not been implemented because it's illegal. And if somebody does out a student against their will, teachers can get sued.
Okay.
I'm not here tonight to discuss the legality of the parental notification policy. I think I can point you to Temecula Valley where you can see how the court has held. But again, that is not why I was invited here to speak. I was invited here to speak regarding the pro bono nature of our law firm. And so that is what I want to represent, is that there are consequences to choosing not to adopt good policy. And I understand that the district's concern is, what is it going to cost to retain a law firm like ours? And I can guarantee that adopting or engaging with a law firm like ours is going to cost you far less than when you face a lawsuit for something that could have been avoided, and the district is going to have to pay for attorney's fees and legal costs.
Well, we could have avoided this whole thing by not adopting
Okay.
that policy, but yeah.
We're one. Thank you, cheerleader.
I think it's important that when we're having this discussion, we stay on topic. So if we're discussing the legal peril or the financial peril for our district, and on the one hand, we might have to pay some court costs, which are, it's incidental. They're not hourly fees for attorneys. So we're talking, that's one class of cost. And so what she is saying, and seems to be being squelched and continually talking about what we think is legal or not, which we are not attorneys, and that is the whole reason why attorneys have to handle this kind of thing. What she is talking about is if we do not fight to protect parents and children, then the legal peril that we expose ourselves to is significant. Because not only do we have, she's saying that she's saying rightly that no pro bono firm is going to come in and protect us when a parent sues us for harm to their child. And so that is an entirely different level of financial exposure to our district. And it would be the legal fees of the attorneys, it would be the court costs, and it would also be whatever judgment or settlement is levied against. So, I just think we should be very clear, we're talking about two very different scope of risks here. We should definitely keep that in mind.
Can I bring up one more thing? We are in a JPA, which is a type of insurance which has been brought up earlier. This would just be coming straight out of our general fund. So it's a totally different. Yeah,
Would it come out of the JPA if a parent sued us?
Yeah, it would.
Yeah, so that would be a risk to us too. So if a
No,
parent,
that's like insurance.
Okay,
It would
we
not,
need
no.
to get on with this. Go ahead, I'll give you one last comment.
I'd like to speak after 4 interventions there. The question that I had that I really wanted to hear, one of the benefits of hiring your firm, and the reason why I wanted you to come on board, was really initially just to give us some feedback. They wouldn't allow that to happen, just to hear, where's the case at? Tell us a little bit, firsthand knowledge about what's going on with the case with Temecula Valley. I was told that we had to do this in order to just get basic information. Very frustrating as a board member to even hear that. Second, is there an advantage, or where would we fall into this? Because one of the reasons we did not implement the policy, as we have discussed ad nauseum, was to avoid a variety of PERB cases, this and that. Those cases came anyway, and the parents came out, and I don't have to redo it. What's a benefit for us to be basically right there with Temecula Valley? In other words, we would just be moving forward with them, or would it be a whole new case that the state would file? Wouldn't it just mirror what the state's already done? Or does that make, I don't know if I'm making sense asking that. Like, are we starting at square one, or are we just going to end up kind of where Temecula is in the process?
So just to clarify, in Temecula Valley, that case, the state actually did not sue Temecula Valley. It's teachers and parents and an association that sued Temecula Valley. So the state has not sued Temecula Valley with regard to their parental notification policy. And the other aspect of that lawsuit is also a resolution related to banning certain components of critical race theory. So the state hasn't stepped in within that lawsuit. There could always be the option or the potential for if there are more lawsuits filed where they are all combined, but given that even with Chino Valley and Temecula Valley, they're in different courts and they're kind of at different stages of the legal proceedings, I don't have a clear answer of what would happen as far as all of those lawsuits either being joined together or being kept secret or separate, I'm sorry. But also just to reiterate right now, there is no lawsuit against Murrieta Valley. So there are no legal costs or fees, even if you retain us right now, which again, the engagement letter emphasizes that it's just to provide information regarding the legal standpoint of the parental notification policy. So if at whatever point, the board decides, okay, that's all we want as representation, that's fine. So at this point, if this agreement was entered into, there would be no legal costs. Right. There would be no legal attorney's fees associated. The only time that costs would be associated is when a lawsuit is initiated and there are legal costs that are implemented. But at this point, there's no lawsuit against Murrieta Valley.
And just a follow-up, but those court cases do kind of benefit if the state or any other party were to enjoin a lawsuit against this particular policy. Because of the court cases moving forward, there's been some precedent and we have some experience in arguing that case. Would that be accurate?
Yes. So with Temecula Valley, given the nature of the court's recent holding, it's instructive for how other school districts or other lawsuits may go, given that the court specifically addressed the merits of the parental notification policy and found that as of right now, it can move forward and remain in effect. And the court did a detailed analysis of the legality of the parental notification policy and I won't bother with the legal terms, but the court looks at the potential harm to a party when determining whether to grant a preliminary injunction. And so the court in Temecula Valley found that the harm, if any, was insignificant to the harm that would happen if this parental notification policy was not implemented. And so the court has allowed that parental notification policy, which mirrors Murrieta Valley, to remain in effect as we continue with litigation.
And we could conceivably bring you on to consult the Advocates for Faith and Freedom, let's say for next week. And we have the conversation as a board to discuss what I had initially wanted to see, and then turn around and go, oh, never, there would be technically no fees incurred, so we could hear from you. We could negotiate that at some point, and then say, you know what, we're not going to move forward with that because all we did was talk to you for an hour.
That's right. So that would be the extent of this engagement letter, was seeking advice, seeking counsel, and we can, even talk about the scope. We can amend. This was a draft. When I was approached, I was asked to provide a draft, and so it was a draft engagement letter as far as the scope of services. But we can discuss the scope of our services and what we would be providing, and then if we enter into an engagement, once we've completed our side of the engagement, then the engagement would end. And then if there, is a lawsuit and you would like to bring on advocates, we can move forward with another engagement letter.
Thank you very
Sounds like
much.
once you engage, you can't disengage. From what
It depends on the scope of the services provided. So the scope of services that are provided within the engagement letter, the draft engagement letter, was for counsel with regard to certain policies that fall within our firm's purview.
Yeah, well, it says here, well, we already talked, I won't repeat it again, but yeah.
Could we recap what the stuff we've asked you for? I think Mr. Pardue asked you for the Temecula TV USD costs.
She did give it. It was a couple.
Okay, can you do just a
$3,000.
breakdown? That would be great.
could
And
get it
then
from TV
the fee schedule and track record. Wins, losses, settlements.
Well, we could, I mean, I think what I was addressing there was basically, we could agree to have them meet with us in the next board meeting in 2 weeks. We could have all the information we want. We like what we see. We can keep them on, and we don't like what, and we have a better conversation. I didn't like the 3 minutes like a public speaking. I'd like to be able to answer the questions and sort of hash this out. We also have some time to look at it. We could turn around in 2 weeks and say, thank you very much for your, for the advice or what have you. We've decided to go a different way. I just was very disappointed that we had to go through such a high level just to speak to this law firm that's local, that's gone through this. So that's it.
Okay. The item before us is G1, consideration and approval of attorney engagement agreement with Advocates for Faith and Freedom. I'll entertain a motion.
I move to approve.
I second that.
Moved and seconded.
We don't even have a fee schedule. Are you seriously going to?
I think we've had.
We have a motion on the
Okay.
floor. Okay. Mrs. Lund?
No.
Point of order.
Point of order.
So the motion's been stated. There can be discussion on the motion.
Yes,
that's presented.
Oh, let's do that.
I thought we had
No,
discussion.
we heard the presentation.
We have more discussion. No.
I do have one more comment.
Okay, go ahead.
This is a political, we are a public school. We have a lot of diversity in our school district with religion, various religion, ethnicities. So this is a political law firm and a religious law firm that a public school district is considering engaging with, and I find that very problematic because we are supposed to be representing everybody, and this would not be representing everybody.
I would like to point out that that comment was completely off topic for the motion. This has nothing to do. It's completely off
Quiet,
topic.
please, in the audience. Quiet, please.
We have
The law
right
firm.
to make comments right now.
Yes. The what's on the motion that's on the floor has to do with legal representation in a court of law of the United States of America, and it's not based on any religion. It's based on the law.
This is totally a religious and political law firm. That's their point. That's their point.
They argue in a U.S. court of law according to the laws of our country.
Okay, we're.
Okay, can I just add one thing? I just have to add this because this is, I know that we've, again, I agree with you ad nauseum. Just let's make sure we understand that this is a legal, we're talking about the law and legal protections for parents, and we represent parents. That's what we are. We represent parents in this community, and it's very important that we address this issue. It has everything to do with educating our kids. In fact, the 14th Amendment is about having the right to educate your kids according to your own cultural values, your family values, because you're in charge of that child. That child does not have individual rights until they turn 18. So this is a very important issue, and I don't like people being dismissive of this idea that because someone has faith, therefore they have absolutely no standing. Talk about getting rid of a person's rights. We can proceed with a vote, but I think it's very important that we stand for the rule of law.
Okay, thank you.
So if we vote
Closing
yes
debate.
tonight, that's allowing us to speak with them?
I think it's approving the contract. There's a motion to approve the contract.
Approve it for this engagement.
That's not what it says.
Yes, it does.
Attorney,
The engagement agreement. It's right here.
We haven't even
Mr.
been able to
Pearl?
consult with independent attorneys at all about the ethics of this or the
Okay,
legality of
okay.
this.
What's your comment at this point?
The contract or the engagement letter is attached to this agenda, and that is what you are voting on, is whether or not to enter into that agreement.
Okay.
So a yes vote is to approve the engagement agreement that the law firm provided. A vote of no is not to enter into that agreement.
And we had discussed, if we don't like what we hear in the next meeting, we have not incurred any cost.
Well,
and we
that's
can
not what
discuss
this
that out.
says.
Okay.
That's
We're-
what,
we're
can
at
you
the-
There's a
clear-
lot of interrupting constantly going on, which is very disruptive.
can you, he was just talking.
Are you going
No.
to ask a specific question
Yeah.
of the attorney?
Yes, I would like to know. It sounds like we're entering into a contract if we vote yes on this with this law firm.
I would just
I don't
like
think
to.
it's clear to
Not
them.
the attorney, she's
Yeah,
addressing the
it doesn't
attorney.
seem to be clear to everybody.
I really am serving as your parliamentarian or rules of order for the meeting.
Mm-hmm.
But I do believe the attorney said it's a draft. So it is, at this point, I think it's unclear.
It's unclear.
But a yes vote is to approve what's been presented. A no vote is not to approve what's been presented.
Okay, here we go.
Well, actually, I have one
No,
maybe.
no. We're done with this.
No, we're not done with it.
Yes, we're done with it.
No, we are not done with it.
We are done with it. We're running this into the ground. These people at some point would like to go home.
Well,
They
I would
maybe
like to
wanna sleep.
clarify the point of what the engagement is.
No,
Oh,
no.
all right.
We've clarified and clarified and clarified. I'm sorry. I'm taking the vote. Motion, Mrs. Lund,
No.
Mr. Pardue,
Yes.
Mrs. Vandergriff,
Yes.
Mrs. Young,
No.
Mr. Diffley. No. Student preferential vote in favor, opposed, or abstain.
No.
Thank you. Motion carries. 3-2,
If,
or whatever it was.
Failed, motion failed.
Motion failed. Moving on to G2, approval of personnel report. Call for a motion.
So moved.
I'll second it.
Moved and seconded. Any comments? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. G3, public disclosure of tentative agreement with the California School Employees Association and its Murrieta Valley Chapter 223 for the 2024-2025 school year.
It's just a public display.
Yeah. G4, approval of the tentative agreement with the California School Employees Association and its Murrieta Valley Chapter 223. This calls for a motion.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any comments? Hearing none, student preferential vote.
Aye.
Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. G5, public disclosure of tentative agreement with the Murrieta Educators Association for the 2024-2025 school year. G6, approval of the tentative agreement with the Murrieta Educators Association. This calls for a motion.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any comments? Student preferential vote?
Aye.
Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Mr. Diffley, I failed to catch a public comment card for G4. Mr. Winston Carter,
Oh,
I apologize. It's up to you. They approved it, so. Would you, if you'd like to please come to the podium. I apologize, I missed the card.
timing.
She's got you.
We're watching you.
Speaking of the microphone, if you can.
See?
Thank you.
I should know what to do. I wanted to, well, I guess thank you, board, for approving the agreement. There's a lot of hours and months that were put into this with my team. My first year in negotiations and really being involved in the union after quite a few years working in the district and years before that as a student of the district. Go Nighthawks. And
Okay.
I am very happy to be helping my fellow classified employees, representing them in negotiations with the district. It's been an interesting process, a lot of learning. I think it was very successful this year. I know it's lean times for the state, so I think the agreement we got is quite good. I'm very happy. The district has been very helpful with getting us information. Mr. Wington especially, I had emails to him, and he was very quickly giving me numbers back, and so it's been a great process. And I look forward to the next time we have this going on. And I want to thank my team for their support and the hours they put into the negotiations. It's
Well,
definitely a
thank you.
team effort.
We appreciate it.
We appreciate all the hard work, and it's a tremendous amount of work. And Mrs. Murray and Mr. Rideout, all of your teams, wow, really, you have to work to come together and compromise and take everyone's needs into account. And it's been just a treat working with you up here and getting to know you. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
This is G7, approval of employment contract for Executive Director of Student Support. Dr. Andrews.
I'd like to read something. This is a public readout. Tonight, this board is considering the recommended approval of an employment agreement setting forth in terms and conditions for employing Mr. Ryan Tukwa, who has been serving as our principal at Murrieta Valley for quite a few years and been there for a total of 9, I think. He will become our district's Executive Director of Student Support, who's replacing Mr. Howard Dimmler, who's retiring at the end of the year. Prior to taking this final action, Government Code Section 54953 requires an oral summary of the recommendation for approval on the salaries, salary schedules, or compensation paid forth from the fringe benefits or a local agency executive during the opening meeting of the final action to be taken, meaning now. Accordingly, I am providing an oral summary of the recommendations being considered by the board today. Number 1, Mr. Tukwa is being employed as Executive Director of Student Support Services for a 4-year term, July 1, 2024 through June 30th, 2028. His annual salary is $207,504, is payable in 12 equally monthly installments. The Executive Director of Student Support may participate in health and welfare benefits on behalf of himself and his dependents under the same terms and conditions available to other district administration. He shall be entitled to life insurance benefits as provided to other management level employees. He shall be credited annually with 27 days of vacation with a cap of 50 days, and he shall accrue 20 days of sick leave annually. Very much like looking forward to Mr. Tukwa and his continued employment in the district. So we'd call for a motion.
Thank you. Calls for a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any comments?
I'll come.
Yay.
Yay.
Sad to see.
Mr. Tukwa, I do.
We just need to vote.
You gotta vote
quick.
first? Oh.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none. Hooray.
I'm thankful and honored to be selected for this position. 9 years ago, I was blessed with the opportunity to come to this district from Mr. Daniel, and I've been blessed to serve Murrieta Valley High School, and just look forward to continuing to serve our district and our community in the capacity of this role. I believe in our schools. I believe in the people that work in our schools. I believe in our community, our students, and look forward to working with all the schools and our families and our students to make the absolute best environment possible that we can at every single school. The world's a challenging place. It takes everyone working together, sharing ideas. We have a lot of amazing things going on in our schools, and obviously there's things we want to improve upon, and we're going to do that together. So appreciate this opportunity and look forward to it.
Thank you.
I just want to say how beloved you are at Murrieta Valley High School by everyone. and what a stellar job you've done with discipline, and then, of course, supporting all the activities at Murrieta Valley High School and just being a stellar principal there. We look forward to working with you, and congratulations.
Appreciate it, Nick.
I have to absolutely. Mr. Kukla is the best principal I have ever had. I hear horrible stories of other schools with horrible principals, and I'm just like, I have nothing bad to say about Mr. Kukla. He gives me a fist bump every time I see him. He is always there at events. He is there to support ASB with any event that we want to do. You have been such a staple of my high school career. I'm very excited for you. You're the best.
Are you going to be at school tomorrow after your test?
I have 2 tests tomorrow.
Because I need to meet with you. It's on my calendar. He is the valedictorian, so we need to go over speech, the parameters, the time.
Oh, so you're finally going to talk to me about that now? I've been waiting for like months. I've been waiting for months for you to say something about that.
Mr.
You picked the
Tukla.
one day I have 2 exams.
You're a little busy.
She's fine with her valedictorian speech. She's fine with her valedictorian speech because I've seen her AI generated version of that speech
So
as a rough draft.
at the Superintendent Advisory Council meeting, me and my ASB Vice President, we were messing around with ChatGPT just to see, like, for example, what you could do. And she put in a prompt, write a valedictorian speech for blah, blah, blah. And she put in some personal things about me that were like specific to like something I would say in a valedictorian speech. And it gave me a very well-written, thorough valedictorian speech. And I'm not going to use that.
Only
I'm gonna
3
write
to 5 minutes. Remember that.
I will keep it to 5 minutes. I will keep it to 5 minutes. But it was really interesting to see the way that it came up with a very eloquently written essay and a speech that was like, I could see myself saying that. So I will write my own. And I can see you during the hour I have between English and psych. I will see you during that time.
Come find me.
I won't go to class. I haven't been going to class. I'm just kidding. I do go to class, guys. Come on.
Good job. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Moving on to G8, approval of classified employee salary schedules effective July 1, 2024 and January 1, 2025. This calls for a motion.
So moved.
Moved and seconded. Any comments? Student preferential vote?
Aye.
Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none. G8 is approved. G9, approval of certificated employee salary schedules effective July 1st, 2024 and January 1st, 2025. This calls for a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any comments? Hearing none. Student preferential vote?
Aye.
Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none. Motion passes. G10, approval of certificated and classified management confidential employee salary schedules effective July 1, 2024 and January 1st, 2025. Calling for a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Comments? Student preferential vote?
Aye.
Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? None. Motion carries. G11, approval of senior management salary schedule effective July 1, 2024 and January 1st, 2025, and corresponding amendments to contracts. Calls for a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any comments? Student preferential vote, sorry.
Aye.
Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. G12, approval of substitute salary schedules effective July 1st, 2024 and January 1st, 2025. Calls for a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any comments? Being married to a former substitute, she'll be thrilled. Student preferential vote?
Aye.
Aye. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. G13, approval of summer school certificated management stipend salary schedule effective June 1st, 2024. Calls for a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Comments? Hearing none, student preferential vote?
Aye.
Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. G14, approval of compensation increase for the Board of Education. Call for a motion.
So moved. Sorry. Funny to be voting on your own salary.
Yes. Heck, 500,000 works.
No. If we're going to buy a cup of coffee.
Moved and seconded. Student preferential vote?
Aye.
Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none. Motion carries. G15, adoption of salary schedules to ensure compliance with the public employee retirement system in response to 2020-21 CalPERS OSSP audit. This calls for a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any comments? Hearing none. Student preferential vote?
Aye.
Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none. Moving to G16, approval of declaration of need for fully qualified educators for the 2024/25 school year. Calls for a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any comments? Student preferential vote?
Aye.
Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none. Motion carries. G17, approval of variable term waiver request per Education Code 44266, waiving the pupil personnel services credential with a specialization in school social work for Natalia Ramirez Pike. This calls for a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any comments? Hearing none. Student preferential vote?
Aye.
Aye. All in favor?
Aye.
Any, any opposed? Hearing none. G8, motion passed. G18, student discipline, expulsion case number 2023-2024-131. Board member will read.
I move that the Board of Education of the Murrieta Valley Unified School District expel the student for the violation of California Education Code 48900, in parentheses, A1, another one, .3, .4, under Education Code Section 48915B for the remainder of the 2023-2024 school year and the first semester of the 2024-2025 school year.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Now you.
That was,
Oh, not
I'll
me.
second that.
Okay.
Mrs. Manager.
okay, comments? Hearing none. All in favor?
Aye.
And opposed? Hearing none. Motion carries. G19, student discipline expulsion case number 2023-2024-132.
That's me.
Who's reading that?
Me. I move that the Board of Education of the Murrieta Valley Unified School District expel the student for the violation of California Education Code 48900A1 under Education Code Section 48915B for the remainder of the 2023-2024 school year and the first semester of the 2024-2025 school year. The enforcement of the expulsion shall be suspended. The educational placement of the student during the term of the expulsion will be determined by the superintendent or designee consistent with state law.
I second it. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none. Motion carries. G20, approval of proposed new curriculum, world languages for grades 9 through 12, advanced placement literature and composition for grades 11 and 12, advanced placement language and composition for grades 10 and 12. This calls for motion.
I'd like to make a motion.
You have to recognize someone.
Say it.
I said I'd like to make a motion.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
Thank
okay.
you.
Yes. I'd like to make a motion to amend that we go ahead and approve the world languages for grades 9 through 12 curriculum, and that we approve the other two conditioned upon what making during the summer, making a list that, well, actually, I guess I would like to make it so we do what the commenter said about making a list so that the parents will be able to know what selections are being used for the school year. So if we approve those books, then go ahead and make a list so the parents will know what's, so that the board will approve what's used in the class, and the parents will be notified.
Can,
Okay,
with
it's been
AP
moved and seconded.
Well, I just
No.
want to comment on
I'm sorry.
AP curriculum.
Sorry.
AP curriculum,
There's not been a second yet, so there's no discussion yet.
okay.
I'll second.
Okay, can I comment?
Yes,
So,
please.
AP classes have to follow the College Board Advanced Placement curriculum. And I heard a lot of the comments about the classics. I love the classics myself. But if they have students read the classics instead of studying what they need for the AP tests, they're all going to fail the test. So it's really College Board curriculum. I've taught AP. I'm an AP French teacher. It's very, very specific. You have to follow the curriculum. It's very difficult. And having a course on classics, I think that's a great idea, but that would be a different class. They also have to follow there's also state standards and state curriculum. But I just think some people didn't quite understand how AP classes work, but they really need that specific curriculum for the AP classes. So anyway, that's what I wanted to point out, because it seemed like there was some confusion on the topic.
I don't think there's any confusion. Actually, I went to the College Board website myself, and as we were presented to at the last meeting, it said that these were approved based on, the teacher criteria, promotes the big ideas of AP, follows College Board sequencing. The level of rigor is appropriate for advanced placement. The materials are engaging. The text is accessible to student readers. There's a diverse representation of people and ideas. And so actually, as I said, I went to the College Board website, and here are the skill categories and the big ideas. Skill category 1, character. Explain the function of character. Skill category number 2, explain the function of setting. Skill category number 3, explain the function of plot and structure. Skill category 4, explain the function of the narrator or speaker. Skill category 5, figurative language. Skill category 6, explain the function of comparison. Skill category 7, develop textually substantiated arguments about interpretations of part of all of a text. And then for the other book, the AP English Language and Composition, it was based on the big ideas as we heard at the presentation last meeting. Big idea number 1, rhetorical situation. Big idea number 2, claims and evidence. Big idea 3, reasoning and organization. Big idea 4, style. And anyway, so if you had looked at the 2 books, which were over 1,100 pages apiece, there are classics included in them. And so, of course, everyone is in favor of that. All of these big ideas and skill categories can be, you can have a launching point from any of the classics that they have they've listed on the College Board website and other articles. And so all we're asking here is, because there's some, I'll say, some somewhat disturbing things, some of which were mentioned tonight. As we're talking about transparency, accountability to the community, those books are massive. And so what is the problem with the AP teachers going ahead and going through the different materials, making their, what was it called, the scope and sequence, and putting it on paper, bringing it to the board, and then letting everyone know what the course is going to cover? And I'm sure that would include probably some classics and some other things, but everybody should know what it is.
Can I clarify the motion?
Please.
Sure.
So it was to amend what was there originally.
Yeah.
And so if I understood correctly, and this is for clarity in the room for the board, it would be to adopt the world language books as listed. And then have the AP literature teachers develop a list of which articles will be used,
Well,
and alternative ones?
Or texts, like if they're going to do a whole novel or something.
Right, because there's no way they're reading everything in that book.
Right,
There's just
exactly.
too much.
Too much.
But the concepts can be taught from different articles.
Exactly.
Because I have in classrooms, and one of our teachers, I don't know if she said it, but I have seen them where they allow students, if a parent has an objection to a book, they're allowed to read a different book, but still get to the same big concepts.
Right.
And then, and so is that what you're?
No, not exactly. What I'm saying is, since because and I saw this in the book, at the beginning of the books, it talks about it leads the course through the concepts to be covered, and it's relating, to the different works. So what I'm saying is, since the teacher is going to have to select things anyway in constructing the course, then put that on paper, bring it before the board so that everyone knows what is going to be covered in the class, so that the parents don't have to worry that some of these very strange selections are going to be, snuck in there because,
Okay, so it'd be approve the world language books, not approve the other books until that listing came together.
Right.
Okay.
Can
Okay. Do we have, yes.
most texts that are used in AP Lang in any AP class are covered in the syllabus at the very beginning of the year. So all students and all parents are aware of.
That's what I'm asking.
Yeah, that's standard typically with most AP classes. Also, most of the time, especially I took AP Lang, I passed the exam. Thank you. It's a skills-based class. It has nothing to do with the content of any of the articles or the texts that we read. The teachers are not teaching the content of the texts. We were given a textbook for our class. I did not use that textbook once because our teachers utilized texts such as The Great Gatsby, Thousand Splendid Suns, Catcher in the Rye, Fahrenheit 451, all very popular literary books. These were all used for skill-based, writing-based learning, not necessarily the content, which I know is a concern for a lot of the community, and I understand. But it's for skills and writing, and that's what's most important. And so with the concern of what is being taught to our students, it is presented to students and parents in the syllabus at the very, very beginning of the year. So yes, in a case where a student or a parent does not want the student to be learning or reading a certain text, they can very easily say no or just not take the class.
Well, I guess that's exactly what I'm saying, is it can be put on paper. The student and the parent can know. And that does bring up a question, though, because if the books are never used, I believe one of those books is $140 and the other one is 90 something. So if we're not using the book, why would we purchase that massive book?
I'm sure we used it in the past, and the one that I have is very worn and like damaged on the edges simply just from having it for many years, but I think it has been worn out of the curriculum. And then usually I think there's with the syllabus, you have to sign it with your parents at the very beginning of the year. So parents acknowledge what is given in the syllabus and what is covered for the whole year and all the the content that is taught during that year.
I'd like
So
to,
if a parent doesn't want their kid to read a certain book, they always have had the option to opt their kid out of that book. And they can do an alternative assignment. That's the case pretty much for every class.
Yeah, I'm aware of that.
yeah, I think the only comment I want to make, and this is just mostly for the public at large who's not involved in education too much. When we're looking at textbooks aren't always exactly what teachers use in their instructional practices. That's just kind of common. And English in particular, it's just, there's a lot going on there and they can kind of pick and choose what they do. And so paying attention to the syllabus is important, and I think it's important just as a board that we're somewhat aware. And I know the public and parents in particular, especially when you see a textbook, and now with everything going on, people are very aware of what's happening. And I think it's just worth noting, and I've been teaching a long time. I've seen lots of textbooks. I've gone through the process. We live in education in a very left-leaning opinion bubble. That's just what it is. You're going to see a lot of it in almost every textbook, every history book, every textbook that comes through. So it's never going to be cleaned to exactly what you want, and you will never see a conservative perspective in there. That's the part that I think that the public was trying to voice, was I'm kind of concerned we have a textbook that has a lot of left-leaning content. And I think to voice your concern is, how do we monitor that? And I think it is, to your point, the parents need to stay engaged, right? Read the syllabus. And I actually, as a conservative parent, I enjoy my kids sharing with me some of the more ridiculous, crazy things that come out because it informs me more. I know what's happening. I've seen the weird things that come out, and it allows us to have a deeper conversation. So I think as a public, we got to stay informed. I think it's going to be hard for us all to be really happy with the textbooks that we adopt. But I think coming back to what are we approving in terms of the literature and what's happening, maybe we could have that definitely presented for us to kind of allay fears, because this goes back to the community idea. Parents, teachers need to have some trust and understand we have a variety of opinions in our community. Everyone thinks about it differently. The scary part is, what I was saying before, is students need to be aware of opposite opinions. And so when I hear the teacher say, oh, well, we definitely want them to have critical thinking skills and think about other opinions, I'm never seeing it. I'm never experiencing it. I feel like there's no empathy towards a conservative perspective at all, especially from the educators. So I think it's important to just see that rift, find a way to bridge it, and I think this would be one way we could do it. So.
I would like to mention one other thing, Dr. Andrus. I think you've spoken to me about, what is it, you call it the instructional model, where we want it to be uniform across the campuses.
We're working towards that.
And so this seems like right in line with that, where, it's not different depending on what campus you go to. And so to have it be consistent and transparent and all the things that I think you related to me that we're looking for, it goes right in line with that.
Right. As part of the overall experience for students, if the student's getting AP English Lit at one school, I like to have them have a very similar experience at the next school. There's always the opportunity for a little bit of flavor, right, by that teacher, but generally you're getting the same essential standards, the same readiness taught to them at all of our schools.
I would also like to say that a lot of the text that we read, besides our novels, we go over so many very small extracts and texts or articles various times throughout the year, and we go through so many that most of us students don't even remember what we did a month ago, simply because we go through so much content during the year. So when we're reading small text, and I'm going to assume that's what's going to happen with the textbooks, is it's going to be an article or a text. You're going to read it, write about it, you move on to the next thing, and it'll be quick and transformative in that way. So any perspectives, which I don't feel like I typically see that much political content or political leaning content in my English classes to begin with. Typically it's more of life content, like social discrepancies and just things like that aren't political in nature, that I don't see as political. Typically it's never even really involving that. And so the texts that we go through are so quick that it doesn't give enough emphasis to the point that's being made in the content, and doesn't stay long-lasting in the mind of the students, from my personal experience.
Well, I do think that everything that we as human beings read, it does become a part of us. It is transformative, as you say, in some way. And so again, I did look at a lot at the book, and there was a wide variety of things, but there were also plenty of things that
We're very political.
that lead to, I don't even know that I would call them political. I find that very rude, actually. If you could stop that tapping your finger while I'm talking. Anyway, yes. Pardon me?
Let's let that go and stick to the subject.
Okay, I will stick to the subject. So anyway, there were definitely things in there that that relate as the people talk to us about their own ethnicity. And so yes, that is life. I wouldn't necessarily call that politics, but it were things that were definitely painting a picture of life, and maybe it's not the way that maybe it's it's very funny. It's like look at the laughing and the tapping. But anyway, I'll just go back to what I said, and I just think put it on paper. Then there's no surprises. Everyone knows what's going on. There's no need to worry about it.
Okay. Could we clarify the motion then? Let's get that
Please.
clear.
Yes.
So, Mr. Pearl, you could please join if you can help me track this. It would be to approve the world language books and not approve the AP books for a later date upon review of the selections or
Could we
syllabus?
call it? Could we say we table it until the next board meeting to try to see if we can get some
Would
clarification
that
on
be
that?
an appropriate way to word that? I'm
Well,
looking
would
for-
would it
the
be,
end of the
would the
school
proper,
What I would ask trustee Vandegrift, whether she views that as being a friendly motion or amendment to what you're saying. Have the board, has the superintendent and trustee Pardue conveyed it or synthesized it in a way where that's helpful to your motion to help the board understand what it is, to clarify.
well, I guess that would be helpful, but I would like something specific about tabling it pending the drafting of a scope and sequence that can be presented to the board for approval.
That is clear to me.
Okay, that's clear? All right. We'll vote on it then.
So we're voting whether to table the
The
English.
selection of the two.
So, do you want to read it?
There's
I
a,
think she understands.
Mr. Dipley, I don't know whether you want to recognize,
I love to recognize her. Go ahead.
Just want to make sure we realize that there are timelines involved and that purchasing to be able to have books on the first day of school, letting teachers plan accordingly, it's based on getting a vote here soon.
Well,
It will
I'm
put us
willing to
behind.
approve the textbook adoption, but as long as we agree that the, I don't know how that would be worded, that I'm sorry, what?
Can I clarify just really quick? The one thing, we want to make the right decision. We need to make a timely decision. The district did wait 20 years to get these books, so let's not get too nitpicky here. So we'll have the vote. We'll see how the votes fly, right? And we wanted to separate.
I'm not hearing consensus on tabling the advanced placement literature, the advanced placement language books. What I'm hearing is it would be to approve the world languages textbook and to approve advanced AP literature, AP lang, but for those latter two, it's subject to not board approval. Well, sorry, I'm just trying. What I've heard was that additional clarification be provided relative to scope and sequence
How long does it,
after it's approved.
well, how long would it take to develop the scope and sequence?
It's very time consuming. I've done it multiple times. It's very time consuming.
Okay. The syllabus is made almost.
Well, the teachers we're at the end of the school year. They're dealing with AP tests. They're dealing with finals.
Can we talk to the teachers who are here? Are they still here?
Okay, hold on, no.
We have 3
Point of order.
English teachers in the room.
Could we speak? Yeah, I would like to keep it to the board so we can get on with the evening.
Okay, Nick, what's your suggestion
My
for the
suggestion
amendment?
is, yeah, I think the way that was worded was well worded, that we would essentially be approving both with a stipulation now, because that's different than tabling, with a stipulation of having more clarification of scope and sequence. Teachers, I know, being one, are preparing for the next year and putting it together. I'm sure that's not asking a lot, not to mention we do that's within our purview, curriculum issues.
I also think based on Ms. Dedalt's experience and her discussion about the syllabus and what's already listed, that may be very informative at just where that is.
Yeah, they're going to
already.
get it anyway.
It should be easy.
Parents will.
So I would think that could come quickly.
Okay, so where is the next board action regarding this? How does that, I'm not understanding now.
I think we would be given syllabus from the AP teachers to see what that scope and sequence looks like.
But that's separate from this.
Approving.
Do we need to approve
What I understood was a
that
stipulation.
syllabus?
No, the board doesn't.
Well,
no.
this is not,
That's out of order.
Yeah.
The crowd should not be participating in the board's discussion of this item. That's reserved for public comment.
I need to ask a question. Again, if Mrs. Mutchjacks, what's the drop dead date for ordering this book? Rough.
This is we need to place an order to get them in time to get them in hands in time for the first day of school. I mean, I would have to ask Shannon Lopez, but I just know that we've pushed it as far as we could because we've been waiting anyway. So I'm sorry, I don't have clarification on whether, our order right now means, I don't know if that means we'll get like teacher additions into the hands of staff at what date, and then having the books ready for the first day of school. I don't know, the timeline for that. But.
do we have teacher additions now? I mean, because they've been reading them and reviewing them, right?
We
So
can make a request for that, yes.
I thought they have them. I mean, they don't have them already?
I'm sure they have, but I don't know if they still have them.
Can't we just approve their textbooks and then have them give us the syllabus
We were
at a
really-
future
No,
meeting?
that's not my motion.
So you're wanting to not approve their books?
Okay,
I would like to discuss with Nick right now without interruption how we're going to accomplish this.
I think we got to clarify the motion because I was under the
Mhm.
impression I understood. You want to separate the two? And are you wanting to approve with the stipulation or are you wanting to table the AP English?
Well, I want some measure of accountability, so however we do that. So I would say with a stipulation.
And that would then be approving the books with a stipulation that we review the AP syllabus.
Review and approve.
Okay, review and approve.
I would caution the board to be careful
Okay.
about
How about just review?
because approving, then there's academic freedom issues.
Yep.
there are
Right.
rights that teachers have.
I've never.
And I recognize
yeah.
that I've overstepped
Yeah.
my role,
All right.
but I'm trying to help the board.
Well, as a teacher who's done the whole textbook process many times, the board doesn't approve a syllabus. I've never heard of that. So I think we would be overstepping our roles.
Well, then I go back to what the public is concerned about and where is the accountability regarding the things that are objectionable to the public in these books? How do we handle that then?
I think we need a vote on the amendment, and then we can move from there, because if the amendment passes, then it passes, and we can go from there. But we need to figure out what this amendment is.
Well, can I withdraw the amendment?
You have it.
I withdraw the amendment.
Okay, withdraw.
I withdraw the amendment.
Okay, I'll read it again. Approval of proposed new curriculum, world languages for grades 9 through 12, advanced placement literature and composition for grades 11 to 12, advanced placement language and composition for grades 10 and 12. All in favor?
Aye. Wait,
We
no,
need a
we have to
motion.
put it back. She withdrew it, so we're voting on the original motion, right?
Yeah, we're voting on the original, and I'll do it by person.
Oh,
No,
okay.
we need a motion.
There's the motion, second, and discussion.
You need a motion.
I would like to make a motion.
Motion, so moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Comments?
I think we made plenty of comments, haven't we?
Can we try to take less than 20 years to get textbooks? please?
Hearing no comments.
So we have these for the next 20 years? Is that what's happening?
No, probably. No.
No, we
Should be like
definitely,
8,
yeah.
7 or 8.
We've discussed this, I think it was social studies last year, 20 years, English, 20 years. And then further, anyway, go.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Any more comments? Hearing none and refusing to hear none. Student preferential vote.
Aye.
Thank you. Mrs. Lunn,
Aye.
Mr. Pardue,
Aye.
Mrs. Vandergriff,
Nay.
Mrs. Young.
Aye.
The ayes have it.
You have to vote.
You have to vote.
Oh, well, no.
Well, you vote no.
Oh, no, yeah, but it's 3-2. Okay? G20,
G21.
did everybody fall asleep? Okay. G21, approval to award contract, this is a fun one, to Gold Star Foods for frozen, refrigerated, and dry distribution in response to request for proposal number 2023-2024-16NS. Call for motion.
So moved. Second.
Moved and seconded. Comments? Student preferential vote?
Aye.
Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? None. Motion carries. G22, we're nearing the end, folks. G22, adoption of resolution number 23/24-23, authorizing the annual delegation of administrative authority to process routine budget revisions, adjustments, and transfers for fiscal year 2024/2025. Calls for a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any comments on this? Student preferential vote?
Aye.
Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none. Moving to, motion carries. G23, adoption of resolution number 23/24-24, authorizing the temporary transfer of funds between various district funds for fiscal year 2024/2025. Calls for a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Comments? Hearing none. Student preferential vote?
Aye.
Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Oh, sorry. Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. G24, adoption of resolution number 23/24-25, authorizing the use of leaseback, construction delivery method, and related documents pursuant to Education Code Section 17406. This calls for a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any comments? Student preferential vote?
Aye.
Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. G25, approval to award a contract to Century Paving, Inc. in the amount of $299,500, pardon me, and no cents, for the 2024 asphalt replacement project. This calls for a vote.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any comments? Student preferential vote?
Aye.
Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. G26, approval to award a contract to Ortco, Inc. in the amount of $218,360 and no cents for the TK/Kinder Playground Replacement Project. Calls for a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Comments? Yes, this is a happy one. Student preferential vote?
Aye.
Aye. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. G27, update regarding classroom sets of textbooks. Dr. Andrus?
Thank you. Mr. Diffley, you had asked a question and requested that we talk about this in open session regarding textbooks, specifically at the social study level. I think you have slides at your desk. Do we have slides to pull up? For those who want to watch. So this is just an update on where we are on middle school textbooks, specifically regarding the social studies books that we purchased last year. And so if you go to the next slide, here we go. Too far? There we go. While remaining compliant with the Williams Act, we balance access to curriculum with budgetary limits. And so access to curriculum is the most important thing, but we can't do everything. That's a great phrase that every CBO tells us. We can do anything, but just can't do everything. So we're trying to find a nice balance here. Number one, all students have a copy of the board-adopted textbook digitally. They have that 24/7, 365, as long as they're a student, they can get to the textbook digitally, and that's in grades, actually 6th grade all the way through high school, specifically to social studies. We also purchase a hard copy for every student. Every student also has the opportunity, and they can take home a hard copy of the book. Then we also purchase some additional ones. We're gonna get to that in just a minute. Beginning of this year, we're working on, again, trying to create access and balancing things. Rather than buying a full classroom set for everyone, knowing fully well, as was described, some of our books aren't used, and some parents don't want to run the risk of having a library fine for a lost book, but they know they've got a digital version. So we have a process called a physical hard copy opt-out, where parents have given the option, and they affirm the student has a device at home and internet access to the digital copy. They can, in essence, decline a hard copy at home because they've got a digital one and access at home. And that process is Williams Act compliant. But if something changes or a kiddo says, no, I really need a hard copy, we're going to give them a hard copy. Okay, they always have access to one. Any unissued hard copies are then provided as a partial or complete set in the classrooms. Next slide. Okay, so this is a big chart, lots of numbers on it, but it gives you a look at all of our middle school adopted books that we bought this last year, and also the names of them and where they are at each school. So for example, I'll just use the top one at Dorothy McElhaney Middle School, 6th grade. You see the title. Our initial order was 550. We ordered another 100 for a total of 650 copies, okay? But there's only 470 students. So clearly we have more books, hard copies than students. But we have 7 teachers who are teaching that. So given what we've done is every classroom teacher has at least a half classroom set, if not more. That number 37, we are 37 books short to have a complete set of 31. On average, a Dorothy McElhaney Middle School teacher has 25 hard copies in their classroom. Okay. So we are not to the 100% where every teacher has a full classroom set, but every teacher has close to 20 to 25 books in their rooms. And as you can see at other grades like Chevala Middle School, 7th grade, everyone has a full classroom set and there's even an extra 22. And this does account for leaving extra copies in the Avid classroom, extra copies in the RSP classroom, extra copies in the library, and extra copies in the back of the library in case a kiddo needs one. We have a way to get them a book right away. So, and the reason how we've done this is we also, because some kids do lose books and they do pay fines, or a dog literally chews on a book, like that happens. We do collect fine money, right? And so those dollars, we use those to buy replacement books and keep this going and keep the inventory going. It would, just to make every classroom set up to that level, we would spend approximately $100,000 to $150,000 just at the middle school level to make complete sets. However, we believe through the opt-out process, we can get there this next year. So that's an informational item for the board at this time.
That's helpful. Thank you. Board member reports. Mrs. Lund. Oh, superintendent report. I apologize.
All right. Again, busy month as everyone is. Since our last board meeting on the 18th, this has become celebration season, especially with 3 weeks from tonight are the high school graduations. So in 3 weeks' time, we have those high school graduations and the promotions are 3 weeks from tomorrow. Just a few highlights. Our 3 California distinguished schools were recognized last week. We recognized them last month, but they were formally recognized last Friday, as was mentioned by some of our students at the Disneyland Anaheim Hotel. We had pictures taken with the state superintendent along with Mickey Mouse separately. It was a great event to celebrate that achievement. It's not, even though our principals attended, it's really a celebration of parents and students and teachers and all the community that comes together to make these schools exceptional. Students continue to compete in playoff competitions this week. You've heard those reports from our students. They're doing very well. Again, like I said, these are the final 3 weeks in school, but there are still dozens of events happening in our school community. Open houses, TK things, drama performance, dance performance, music performances. Schools are hosting open house events for incoming students like TK and Kinder. There's so much to go and experience. I encourage people to stay in our schools because it's just so full of energy. Looking forward to the summer, we have many schools that are getting some much needed improvements and repairs, such as you just approved those contracts, keeps that summer work going forward. Those not getting the facility work are going to be hosting summer programs. Specifically, the summer school program is being replaced with, especially the elementary grades, with a different version of traditional elementary summer school. We're using the extended learning opportunity program as a model for that summer school. So it is so exciting, the topics. It's not, because we have found that the traditional summer school model does not move the needle for achievement. It doesn't do anything for those learners. But we have found that if we keep kids engaged in school, we're more likely to move that needle for them staying engaged with school, just in general terms. So there's still parts of academic learning, but it's a lot of hands-on, very rich experiences. It reminds me of before Prop 13 when I took a class on how to drum when I was in the 3rd grade. That's the only time I picked up drumsticks, was that summer school experience, and that was before Prop 13 occurred. So it's nice to see this funding model to bring back those experiences in a different way. Lastly, I've got 2 more things. Oh, good thing the timer's not up there. The Murrieta Elementary School building is nearing completion. The summer work will be done, the site work. That'll be ready for the next school year. The Lisa J. Mail classrooms, they arrive later this month. Those are modular buildings. That'll also be ready for the beginning of the school year. and actually talking with the students around artificial intelligence and attending a workshop from another attorney firm who we on occasion use, we will need to develop board-approved policies and administrative regulations around artificial intelligence. We're not ready to bring those forward because it's moving so quickly and lawyers not quite sure where we are, but we'll need to bring those for both staff and students so we know where the lines are. However, keep in mind, as the technology progresses, updates will come. So it's something on the horizon in the coming 12-ish months or so, but it's something that's important that we put in place for our schools. That concludes my report.
Thank you. Mrs. Lund.
As everyone has said, it's super busy right now. I did attend the Vista Engineering CTE Pathway Senior Final Projects presentation. Mr. Briggs, your daughter's in that pathway, so that's exciting. We laughed about it. If you want to feel dumb, go to these presentations of these students because you won't have any idea what's going on. I did go to Dollars for Scholars, where over $200,000 was distributed in scholarships and for internships and tech pathways to our students. The RCOE Student Academic Awards were this past month, and I think these names need to be read out. Our students across the district who are recognized as outstanding students by RCOE: Levi Alderetti, Alina Kong, Johnny Pham, Tessa Ho, Daniel Namkung, Yujuan Jia, Layla Miller, and Balin Reyes Macias. And the grand winner for all of MVUSD was Gina Namkung. She's out of MV. Awesome kids. I did get to go with the Marine Corps Educator Tour down at Pendleton with our MVUSD counseling staff. It was awesome, and learning about all of the job opportunities that are available through the Marine Corps to our graduating students. Attended Dia de los Niños at VMHS. Great food, great culture. Also, the CTE and JROTC awards for pathway completers. My daughter got a pathway completer award. I was happy about that. Also, we had 4, I believe, educators who were recognized by RCOE as outstanding educators. And attended the induction colloquium. We do our own induction here. Everybody knows we don't work with RCOE on that. And that's sort of our mentor-mentee program with older or more experienced teachers and newer teachers. And then I slipped out of that a little bit early to go see Newsies Junior, which Mr. Diffley already talked about, over at Thompson Elementary School. It's a musical. It was awesome. Slipped out of that a little bit early so I could go see Ballet Folklorico at McElhaney Middle School. Again, just amazing cultural event. I did attend the English Language Learners Parent Advisory Committee and year-end awards at McElhaney. And this morning, Mrs. Lancaster, give a shout out to Thompson Middle School's nutrition services staff because I got to job shadow there all morning long, 4 hours, and I was exhausted. Those people work. It was really neat to see just the amount of work and food they put out. They put out 900, and it's climbing to 1,000 breakfasts every morning, and they're going from 1,000 to maybe 1,200 lunches every single day. It's awesome. And I did not get to attend the retirement ceremony because I was out of the country. I was selected by District 5330 Rotary to participate in the anti-human trafficking vocational team to Thailand. It was a heavy lift, I have to tell you guys that. We met with government agencies, we met with non-government agencies. I am going to edit my remarks because I do know that students listen to this and it's a heavy topic. What? My time's way up, sorry. This is a fact-finding visit to see how our two communities can learn from each other. And the unhappy news is that human trafficking does happen here. We're on the I-15 and I-215 and I-5 corridor, and we need to know more about it, and not just where our mind goes to with human trafficking, but forced labor trafficking as well. It's an issue. And so we're going to continue to work through Rotary with Riverside County Anti-Human Trafficking Task Force through education and prevention. You guys know I'm a doer. I'm not listen to a podcast and talk about it. I go out and I do something about it. Our team will be available to do presentations in about a month if anybody wants to hear them. PTAs, we'll definitely be going to all the Rotary clubs, but we can go to churches to discuss our findings with a more mature audience. The one main thing we found is to prevent family engagement and parents that accept and listen to their children without judgment, and the children that feel they can go to their parents with everything. I will tell you, we had a lot of fun. We did a lot of cultural events. And who are my animal lovers in the room? Hands up. Just, okay. You have not lived until an elephant named Mr. Banana gives you a trunk hug. Trunk hug. There we go. Trunk hug, snuggle. It was awesome. Best day of my life. Thank you.
Mr. Pardue?
Well, I can tell you that it's a busy time of year for teachers. Generally, it is a very difficult time in the spring because everyone's antsy and ready to be done, especially when you're teaching seniors and you teach a subject like economics and they need it to graduate all of a sudden. They care a lot about your subject matter. Well, anyway, aside from that, I did get a chance to see Thompson Middle School play, the Newsies. I thought it was really cute considering there's so many people, young people, that have such a hard time getting on stage and putting themselves out there. It was neat to see the junior high kids do that. And their sound system wasn't exactly spectacular, but they just kept carrying on and doing a good job. And it was just it was neat for me to be back in a junior high environment and to see that. And so that was really neat. The other thing, of course, it's a time for us to say goodbye to colleagues. And there's Barry Tokunaga is a mentor, a teacher at Murrieta Valley High School for a long time. He was one of the first teachers that I met when my wife and I moved to the Valley. And he is such a graceful man, well respected by so many people. He left Murrieta Valley and went on to Murrieta Mesa, and is just such a role model for young teachers. And you could see in the teachers that showed up for his retirement party, the admiration and respect they had for him and the impact he had on so many people's lives. So it is a sad time for lots of us who are saying goodbye to colleagues and friends as a retirement. I know so many people dedicated their lives to young people and they put their heart and soul into it. When Mr. Tukwa was up here, her whole high school experience, I try to remind my seniors all the time is, when you're a teenager, you haven't seen a lot of life yet. There was someone who was pointing that out. I know Mr. Tukwa from being a discipline administrator, and what a fantastic job he did maintaining discipline. And so many people were inspired by how he did that. And that's kind of a big deal right now because we're facing challenges, I think, as teachers that you've never seen before. There are people who pull me aside as a board member talking about the discipline issues they're dealing with in the classroom. And unfortunately, I do believe this to be true. Some of these discipline issues, some teachers are suffering in silence with some of this. We have to protect instructional time by making sure that teachers have the resources they need to maintain order in the classroom. And we can't have a secrecy going on. I heard one teacher said, I hate saying this out loud, but I'm actually being bullied by a 15-year-old. And I'm like, that shouldn't happen. And this is a teacher who's been teaching for a while. And it does drag on people when it feels like they're not being supported. And if a student is being disruptive in the classroom, it's taking away instructional time for everybody. And it really drains teachers. So I think it's important. I would like to see some kind of discussion. I'm really excited about Mr. Tukwa in part because I think we need people who can be leaders and be innovative. When we talk about Murrieta Valley High School, I don't think we should be following the pack. I'd never believe that. Being someone who is challenging the norms and leading and being innovative, that's what America's about. And I think it's important that we don't fall into groupthink because it's always been done this way. When you've been around on this planet for a long time, you have a lot of experience, and you should not blow that off willy-nilly and just pretend that person has nothing to say. Education's been around for a long time. We've been teaching kids for a long time. I have been teaching kids for a very long time, and I have seen the trends in what they've done and how they've changed. And we need to really pay attention to what we're doing with discipline. And we really need to pay attention to the academic standards. I don't like the idea that kids don't remember or don't learn anything in their class and that they only have one perspective and they're not hearing multiple perspectives. We need to be aware of our own bias. And here's Thomas Sowell. It takes considerable knowledge just to realize the extent of your own ignorance. I love Thomas Sowell. I love that statement. Know thyself, be aware of your own ignorance. I think it's so important. With that, I'm done. Thank you.
Mrs. Young.
Well, I'm going to keep it short because the morning after our last meeting, I flew to France, and got back home last night. So I found some very sweet invitations here, which I couldn't accept. Some of them, though, are after today. So anyway, yeah, I've been gone. I am going to do some job shadowing tomorrow at Murrieta Mesa High School. I'm looking forward to a couple of graduations. I'm going to attend whatever events my schedule permits. But yeah, because I was in Europe, I haven't attended any district events since before the last meeting. But you guys can go home earlier now since I only talked for 1 minute.
Thank you. Thank you.
Everybody's tired, so.
Mrs. Vandegrift?
All right. So this past month, I attended a training with CSBA called Achieving Equity Through Strategic Budgeting. And it was a 9-hour training via Zoom where we learned about setting budget priorities and being accountable to the community. And besides budgeting for solvency, we were urged to budget for educational equity. They called that the moral imperative of achieving each and every student's success. We discussed the LCAP as a bridge to the community. The community must be engaged and provide input on the LCAP and therefore indirectly on the budget. We were invited to share our own district's budget report, which I did, and the presenter commented on our district certification page as an educational tool, and also noted that our district's budget report, this was a compliment, that it effectively uses graphics to communicate our financial narrative. So whoever put that all together, that was praised by the presenter. And anyway, then on April 24th, I attended the webinar, Why Are My Students' Math Scores So Bad? And I guess California ranks 42nd out of 50 states. And that was presented by a senior systems engineer at the Jet Propulsion Laboratory and a private math tutor, and also president of a math advocacy group in La Cañada School District. And the other presenter for that one was a STEM enrichment tutor who's been calling for more traditional approaches to math education and is an avid opponent of the proposed California math framework. So that was interesting. And then I attended the Superintendent's Community Engagement Series on AI and education, lots of opinions about that. And lastly, I accepted the invitation of Governor Theodore Roosevelt to attend the Thompson Middle School drama production of Newsies. It was very fun. The actors sang, danced, told their story, made us laugh, sold snacks, left us with a beautiful souvenir program. And best of all, the students looked like they were really enjoying themselves, pulling all their work together to entertain their audience. And I would like to say congratulations sincerely to everyone who made that enjoyable evening happen, and I'm sure what will be an unforgettable experience for those students. And actually, my very last thing is, from my training, do we have a school district governance calendar that the board members can?
Yes, we'll provide it to you.
Okay.
I think it's already been provided to you. We'll give you an update.
Okay, yeah. Is it on the website? Or?
I don't believe it's on the website, but something we've distributed. We'll distribute it again.
Okay, sounds
No
good.
problem.
Okay, that's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. My turn. As I said, sort of somewhere 3 hours ago. I've been going for the last couple of weeks to great productions, very interesting things happening in the visual and performing arts. However, we need to go back to having a full-time visual and performing arts director. There's so much happening. There's so much need to coordinate, and there's an incredible need to get out into the community to generate the publicity to tell these people what's going on here so they can participate. The colony is one that we need to re-tap. We had that going and it was wonderful. So I'm going to ask the board to, think much about, let's bring back the visual and performing arts full-time director. We need them. We have athletic directors. We have everything else. It's a big, big deal because there's a ton of people involved. the people who put on the productions, backstage, the folks that, never mind. Okay, now, the board was unable to address all the closed session discussion items within the allotted time at the beginning of the meeting. Floggings took place. As a result, we will reconvene at closed session at 8:45 PM. No action will be taken in closed
It's 9
session.
o'clock.
It's 9 o'clock.
9 o'clock, oh, that's, yeah, use the glasses, Paul. Yeah, thank you, 9 o'clock. No action will be taken in closed session. As such, there will not be a report out. The board will adjourn the meeting at the conclusion of closed session. A call for a motion to adjourn to closed session.
So moved.
Second it.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Motion passes. Thank you all for coming and enduring to the end.